an accident. I'm like, what are you talking about? An accident? I said,
What? Could I ask what shows are they that you record that get deleted?
Well, I like the Big Bang. You know, that's a good one.
Well, Man, I love the way that song, just starts out and down low and just builds to a crescendo, becomes so anthemic, and it's just.
It's a mood piece.
It starts on one level. I mean, I kind of like it, but
it's a mood.
It's a mood piece. Oh, that's what it is.
It sets a. I'm not saying it's a mood you want.
On this day,
yes,
David Howell Evans.
Oh, I know who that is.
Was born.
He's the Edge.
And the only reason we played that song is because that's one that he sings.
He vocalizes.
Well, Carrie, it's a mood piece.
It's a mood piece.
It's a mood piece.
Yes.
We just say it's a good thing he can play the guitar. How about that?
He couldn't when they started. The story is that you two really, none of them.
Let's be in a band, okay.
So we should learn to play, huh?
All right.
Yeah, and they sort of kind of picked it up as they went along.
It seems like they figured it out.
So now this is just our little moment here at the beginning of the show where we just kind of dink around. And
We're warming up.
yeah, it's like, stretching and making sure that our voices
Mamie Mama
work
Moo.
and trying to plug into the funny.
Where is the funny plug?
And then we'll, Gina, you have yet to discover it in all the years
Nobody
you've worked
has
on the
showed
show.
me.
Here, put your finger right
No, don't. No, don't.
there.
Oh, good.
That's it. That's it right there.
But I saw a food item yesterday. I should have bought it, and to bring it in for you.
For me.
I was at the Rite Aid, which is where I like to go for my distilled water.
Okay.
You got a lot of humidifiers you're running?
Yeah.
Particular about his.
Yeah, I like the what's it called, big water, distilled water, or something like that. Anyway, there on the counter was a box of Pop-Tarts, Jolly Rancher cherry
Oh,
Pop-Tarts.
God, that sounds horrible.
And I picked it up and I was kind of looking at it, and the lovely young woman behind the counter said, "Why don't you buy those and try them and tell me how they are?"
Because no one has bought any.
And I said, "Well, I don't think I will. No." She said, "I just can't imagine. Do you think it tastes like a Jolly Rancher candy, or what do you think?" And I said, I
can't imagine they're good.
I said, "I just can't." I said, "I don't eat Pop-Tarts so no, I'm not going to buy them." I put them back down. But I did buy a bag of a Chex Mix. So, and I shouldn't do that because the only good Chex Mix, and it's got the rice Chex and wheat Chex and pretzels and the only really good Chex Mix my ex-wife makes, and she gives me a big vat of it every Christmas for my Christmas present. She makes the best Chex Mix in the world. But I bought this bag. It said it was savory. Savory Chex Mix Bold Party Blend.
I read that salty.
Yeah.
Am I reading it right?
Yeah.
No.
No?
No. No. So there. Why don't you give it a name that is evocative of something? Like there's cheddar Chex Mix. I think there's a jalapeno Chex Mix. There's chocolate Chex Mix. So these are names that are evocative of what it is. What is savory? It tasted kind of like a campfire.
So it should be campfire.
It had no.
Well, the word campfire would make me more interested in buying it than savory.
But it just had no. It had nothing to recommend. I ate it, but it's like it just had nothing to recommend it.
All right. Well, we'll start the show then coming up. After
Officially, we will start the show.
Officially, yeah.
I think you've been wronged, Bill. I think you need an advocate. I think you should sue Chex Mix for
listen,
damages.
It is as though like I ran into a bag of Chex Mix.
Well, you can certainly call the advocates and see if you have a case.
Yes,
I think they would say no, but they would say no 24 hours a day.
And they wouldn't charge me.
And they wouldn't charge you a thing.
801 355 5550. The advocates, Utah advocates, Driggs, Bills, and Day, they're accident attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident and you don't know what to do, these are the guys you call. And if they take your case, they will not let the insurance companies jerk you around.
They know all of the tricks. You don't. Yeah. You think, well, I have insurance, or the person that ran into me has insurance, so surely they will take care of things. The insurance company's whole purpose is to try to get out of paying as much as they can.
And if they take your case, they really do care about you, and they don't charge you any money until or unless they get you a settlement. So call the advocates, 801-355-5550, or go to their website, utawadvocates.com.
hit the eardrum, which the brain translates into what we call
Radio from Hell on X96.
So we neglected, we're going to officially begin the program here, but we neglected to ask you to call us and check in on the Radio from Hell show.
877-602-9696. And we have a prize for a random checker inner for even more incentive to call and let us know what you're doing today. Snowbird passes, 2 Snowbird all-day activity passes, and you'll be qualified for an overnight stay at the Snowbird Resort.
So we're giving away that prize to people who call 877-602-9696 right now and check in with the Radio from Hell show. It's kind of it's the least popular feature we do. We figured if we salted it with a prize, we might get some higher quality phone calls, because part of the reason it is the least popular feature we do, the check-in feature, is it's your fault. It's the listener's fault. You guys call in, and then you don't really have anything interesting to say.
As you recall, back when we did this in the old days at KJQ, we did have a regular bunch of check-in people. It was like the same batch of a dozen or more, but they were entertaining.
Yeah.
So I'm blaming this generation, I think, perhaps.
I think that's exactly right. 877-602-9696. You call now, check in while we officially begin the Radio from Hell program.
Yes.
I'll tell you that the moon is now on the wane. We missed the full moon.
I was going to say, how did we miss it?
Because it was cloudy. Yeah, Carrie saw it briefly yesterday.
I saw it briefly and today.
I see it again. I didn't see it today. 99.4% of full, it's on the wane. So it's essentially full.
It was not as blood today.
No?
It was just the moon.
Good. We'll not have another full moon now and clear until September 6th. The moon will set today at 7:22 a.m., so it's got to be out there somewhere, hanging out. Today being Tuesday, it's the 8th day of August in the year of our Lord 2017, and this is North America's most apologetic morning show. It's the Radio from Hell show, starring the Lords of Morning Radio, Kerry Jackson. I'm Bill Allred, and that's Gina Barberi. The senior producer of the Radio from Hell show is Richard Thomas Stedman. Dylan Allred is producing video for the show, which you can see, I believe, right now if you go to x96.com/live. And Nick's your buddy, Nick's your pal, is here helping with the show as well. So there you go. And now coming up on the show, I should tell you, it's another call-in feature right after this one. It's the X poll.
Going to do the X poll after the news.
Yeah, well, right after the news, we'll do the X poll. Just be thinking about this. What's the most expensive thing you've broken in your life?
Ooh.
All right? So anyway, check-ins right now. Come on.
Now, chicken rob is usually pretty entertaining. When 2 chickens face each other in a standoff, the one who pecks to the bottom left of the other is the dominant one. See, we learned something
The dominant pecker.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's see, Steph checking in. That's why I don't call. I don't have anything interesting to say.
Aw, Steph, I'm sure it's something.
John Bischoff checking in from Berkeley, which I don't...
Berkeley, California?
Yeah, our streaming is down, except for our Radio from Hell TV, our x96.com/live, so maybe that's how he's doing it. Dropping my smart Amanda off for grad school. Ogden Shut-In checking in. Can't hear due to the stream. Yes, we'll get you there. They're allegedly working on it.
Ace, the IT guy, really need you to try today. Green Day was great last night, but I was up way too late with them. So.
Yeah, no rain either, I don't think, at the show.
A little bit at the end, I heard.
Was there a little tiny bit?
This is Gardner checking in.
Gardner, is that your actual name, or are you, in fact, a gardener?
That's my actual name, my first name.
Gardner. I can only think of one person I ever have heard that had that name, and I can't remember. I think it was an actor, Gardner McKay.
Oh, really? I've
That's
only ever known that as...
more than I've ever heard of.
Yeah, last name is for sure, but not first.
Yeah, Google Gardner McKay.
Gardner McKay.
I can't remember.
I'll have to do that.
Yeah. So what are you doing? How did you come by that name?
My mother's friend, it was her best friend, and he actually passed away right before I was born. So.
Well, Gardner McKay was a handsome man.
Yeah, and he was an actor, right?
Yeah.
And I think he was a TV actor, did some TV stuff.
Yeah.
But didn't do, very handsome guy, Gardner McKay.
Are you handsome, Gardner?
I like to think so.
So you're Gardner, but that's not your job. What's your job?
I do marketing.
For what?
For Fabrica Creative. It's an advertising agency.
Fabrica Creative. And that's local?
It is. We actually do a lot of stuff with Broadway as well. So.
Oh, really?
Okay.
Well, Gardner, let me ask you one other quick question. And so this is you're doing pretty well here. This is pretty interesting, I think. Do you like gardening?
I actually do.
That's great.
It would be a sin if I didn't.
Yeah, that's good.
All
right, Gardner. Thanks for checking in with us.
Thank you.
Of course. Thank you. Bye.
Ben checking in. Ben doesn't call in because Ben's employer sucks. Let's see. Jessica checking in on my way to work. I'm not that interesting. I've been up most of the night with a sick baby, but I am up bright and early to go in and work on and deal with the insanely California Medicaid billing and all their crazy IPAs. It's basically a wild goose chase. Have a great day.
No dinking around, Bill. Find that funny and get after it. Checking in from Ogden. Have a good day.
No. Find the funny and get after it. All right, Ogden. I can't let you down.
That's all of Ogden that called for that.
Let's go to Lance. Lance is checking.
Hi, Lance. What's on your agenda today?
Hey, this is Mailman Lance, and I'm gonna be a mailman today.
Now, have you called us before? You work in the sorting area. You don't walk on a route.
No, I've called previously. I am a carrier.
Oh, you are a carrier. All right.
Yes.
I always thought I've said this before. I always thought that would be a great job.
You'd think.
but not so much.
No, it's a really good job for a dummy like me.
My ex-wife's grandfather did it, and he loved it, and he said they had great benefits. Is that the case still?
Still have pretty.
It is, yeah. It's the best that a blue collar worker like me could do, definitely.
Oh, okay.
Well, I just always thought it would be nice to get out there and walk on a route and get out in the weather, and it'd keep you fit and you'd meet interesting people and lonely housewives and.
Lonely housewives?
Yeah.
How many lonely housewives are on your route?
Oh, you see it in porn all the time.
Yeah.
The mailman's always cleaning up.
None on my route, but I love my customers.
All right.
Thanks, Lance. Thanks for checking in.
Bye. Let's see. Derek checking in from Charleston, headed to work in Highland with a blown muffler. Ooh. Ruben checking in, going to bed after 3 weeks straight of graveyard shift, including weekends.
Oh, Ruben.
Pour me one, and I'll pour each of you a double.
All right.
Emilio from Netflix checking in. I'm on staycation this week, so don't try on my account. Why are you up so early, Emilio? Why aren't you sleeping in? Let's go to Erica. Hello, Erica.
Good morning, lords and ladies.
Good morning.
Good morning, Erica. What's on your agenda today? What are you doing?
Oh, I'm just going to work. I just got here.
You don't sound too happy about that.
I'm extra tired. Two of my 3 dogs were up most of the night.
Croup?
Making me take them outside. Yes, basically.
Doggy croup?
The dog croup?
Yeah.
Got the dog
It was
croup.
awful.
Yeah. Why do you must not have anyone in your life if you have 3 dogs.
I did. I don't anymore.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
No, you're better off with the dogs.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Except when they're sick. There is a great little piece of video, by the way, Erica. I'll try and post it on Twitter. It's a guy who's trying to get his dog to leave the park, and I'm not sure where this is on a leash.
Funny.
And the dog doesn't want to go, and the dog is on a leash, and so the dog doesn't just sit down. The dog rolls over on its back and pretends to be dead.
It does, like a 2-year-old would,
Yeah, and the guy's
I have no bones.
The guy's going, come on, and the dog's going, just not moving with his paws up in the air, and finally the guy takes the leash off and the collar off and says, "Okay, I'm leaving you here."
I'm gonna since you brought it up, I'll tweet that.
Tweet it right now.
Yeah.
Tweet the video.
And he walks away, and finally the dog goes, "Oh, well, don't leave me, okay?" And he gets up and follows.
And I saw something yesterday that really upset me. There was a woman crossing the street, and she was pulling her little Chihuahua by the leash, and the Chihuahua had the leash tangled, so it was like underneath. Mm-hmm. And so the Chihuahua was like backwards and like trying to keep up, and she was not paying attention at all to that dog. It really upset me.
I just tweeted that at RFH Gina. So
yeah, go.
Awesome. I'll have to take a look.
Yeah, look
It's
at that,
pretty
Erica.
funny.
Erica, what kind of work do you do, by the way?
I've actually called before. I'm a treasury analyst for an industrial bank.
It sounds very important.
Well, all right then.
I basically just push around a lot of money.
Yeah, and that's why you have to be up early because the markets are open and all that. Yeah. All right, Erica, thanks for checking in with us, and I guess we'll try hard today.
Thank you very much. Shin, the HVAC specialist, checking in. Shin Maki. All right, I guess we have to try a little bit today.
Oh, do you want me to do traffic now? Is that what that's all about?
You know,
traffic lights are in the flash mode. 7th East, 5th South, treated as a four-way stop. It might add a few extra minutes to your drive. If you see something traffic-wise, let us know. You can text it 33986.
Coming up in the news, Summit County has to apologize for the national anthem. We'll play you what that was and let you know all about it coming up. And also an X poll coming up. What's the most expensive thing you've ever broken?
All that's on the way. Stand by. Ranlife.com.
So if you are currently renting...
trusted newsman, Bill Allred. Weekday mornings on X96.
All right. 6:35. Time now for Big Boy News and Opinioendo. Brought to you by... I'm having trouble talking today.
Get 2 season passes to Solitude Mountain Resort with your qualifying new Chevy purchase at Riverton Chevrolet. Your home for big savings, small prices. Go to rivertonchevy.com.
Tragedy in the news. Haru Nakajima has passed away. He is the actor who first portrayed Japanese movie monster Godzilla.
How is it possible that he has been alive this long?
He's 88. He was 88.
That still sounds young.
Godzilla was just released in like 1950. So
just released?
Well, I mean, he could still, he was just a young man and he was in the suit. His daughter, Sano, confirmed his death to the Associated Press, saying that Nakajima had died of pneumonia after being hospitalized last month. Donning the Godzilla costume for the first 12 films in the long-running series, the Japanese actor also appeared in Akira Kurosawa's Seven Samurai and a number of Japanese war films.
I didn't know there were monsters in those.
They're not, Gina.
Oh.
He was an actor.
He's more than just a guy in a suit,
He was an actor, Gina.
I can do more than just this.
Mr. Nakajima was born January 1st, 1929 in Yamagata, Japan. Contracted to Toho Studios, the actor first performed stunt roles. Is that out of the suit or in the suit?
Go to x96.com/live. You can see a picture of it.
The actor first performed stunt roles in a number of samurai and war films, appearing as a pilot in a burning airplane in Eagle of the Pacific and a bandit in Seven Samurai. But, of course, his most famous work came in Godzilla films. His first appearance was in, it was 1954. Was the first Godzilla. I knew it was like I thought it was 50. The 1954's Godzilla, for which he had to wear a 220-pound concrete bodysuit.
Concrete?
Due to a scarcity of rubber in post-war Japan. As well as being painfully heavy, the suit would become hot under the studio lights. I stuck a thermometer inside the suit, 140 degrees.
That's how committed he was.
Nakajima told CBS News in 2014. To prepare for the role, he studied. So this is he was kind of the Andy Serkis of his day,
I guess,
in a way.
Yeah.
He said to prepare for the role of Godzilla, he studied bears and elephants at the local zoo.
Okay.
As well as watching the original 1933 film King Kong. His adeptness at performing as Godzilla would lead him to star as the lizard monster in 11 sequels, with his final appearance in Godzilla vs. Gigan in 1972. So there you go.
Guy in the suit, Godzilla.
All right. Now, this is sad news, and I really, in a way, sometimes the feeling would be to kind of make fun of Sinead O'Connor, but
she's mentally ill.
She is in really bad shape. She's posted an online video saying that she's suicidal and living in a motel in the arse end of New Jersey, as she put it. I'm all by myself. There's absolutely nobody in my life except my doctor, my psychiatrist, the sweetest man on earth, who says that I'm his hero, and that's about the only thing keeping me alive at the moment.
Put your hands on me.
And that's kind of pathetic. Nothing compares to you singer.
Well, yeah, she sang a lot more than just that. That was her
biggest
hit. But,
she says, I'm now living in a Travelodge motel in the arse end of New Jersey, Hackensack to be exact. I want everybody to know what it's like. That's why I'm making this video. Mental illness, it's like drugs. It doesn't give an S who you are. And
that's true, yeah.
And what's equally worse, it's the stigma. It doesn't give an S who you are. And in the video, she just looks awful. It's really sad.
I always liked this song.
I thought Nothing Compares to You was a great rendition.
That was a good rendition of it. It really was.
It's a Prince song, but
Nothing compares to you.
50 years old now. All right, let's go to this story from Summit County. After being bombarded with emails, phone calls, and complaints on social media, Summit County officials, that's up there, Park City is part of Summit County. Summit County officials released a statement regarding the performance of the national anthem at the annual fair's Demolition Derby. Many of those in attendance felt the performance was disrespectful to the country and made light of the American flag.
Was it Roseanne Barr?
Let's listen to a little bit of this national anthem. So there's something wrong there. There's been no explanation. Apparently people started singing along with her to try and help her out.
Trying to help her get back on.
Not get back, because she just started badly and ended badly. Some people wondered if she was drunk. Now, she's in this story from Channel 2, she's not
commenting?
named. She's not named, but her name is out there. She's from Summit County. She lives in a little, I think they said the town is Francis.
Everybody in Francis sounds like that.
The fair says, we're sorry. When we looked at her, there were examples of her singing on her Facebook page, and we watched those, and she was fine. And then this happened. They're not saying. Yeah. They're not saying whether she was drunk or what happened here. Says it appeared that she had a solid history. She's from Summit County. We always try to highlight local talent. The fair board has apologized. Yes, Dylan Allred. Yeah.
A lot of the commenters on the post on Facebook, the original post, who were there, said that she had been drinking and was intoxicated.
Well, that's fun.
Well, then I forgive her.
That's more fun than her having, a medical issue or.
I heard about this over the weekend, and I didn't bring it up because I thought maybe it was something like a medical issue or something. And
but drunk national anthem.
But then Channel 2 reported it, and I just went, okay, well, if everyone's going to talk about it, I will too.
Let's see, how much time do we have here?
1 minute.
About a minute, all right. A couple of quick stories then. Officials have revealed the what caused that Ohio State Fair ride to collapse, and that one person was killed. A teenager was killed in the Ohio State Fair ride. They said and it should have been caught. There was corrosion on the metal, and it just snapped. And
not inspected enough.
Yeah, they said certainly inspectors should have caught that. Lucifer has control of Europe right now.
Huh?
Lucifer. They're calling this heat wave in Europe Lucifer.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Crowded, let's see, meteorologists agree long hot spell gripping parts of Europe this past week is very uncommon. People are looking for relief from the heat in countries like France, Spain, and Italy. Temperatures have been at record highs for the last several days, and people are just, they're just not used to it. There's not a lot of air conditioning
that's
in Europe
not
because
happening. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well,
fake news.
Well, and then, of course, there's this story, which we don't have time to get into right now, but the government scientists agree that contrary to President Trump and his team's repeated claims, climate change is already having a dramatic effect here in this country and in Europe. The New York Times has published an unreleased draft of a report that was released on Monday. Well, unreleased report.
It was leaked.
It was leaked on Monday.
The leakers.
No, the scientists were worried that the administration was going to quash it, and so they wanted people to know, so they purposely leaked it.
Employees at the Agriculture Department have been told, Don't talk about
Yep.
climate change. Say weather extremes.
Yep.
Yeah, don't use climate change.
Don't say climate change. Say weather extremes.
So
where's the fake news?
So hero scientists are going around the administration and releasing stuff.
All right. That's it. Weather, traffic,
All of that.
sports.
Boston Celtics manager Danny Ainge sat in a dunk tank to raise money for his son's campaign. They figured people would want to throw balls at him because he stole Gordon Hayward away from the Jazz.
And he was always so pleasant when he was playing basketball too.
Not a very
No, he was a jerk.
not a very happy
No.
guy. And I saw him interviewed last night too about this, and he's doing something fun. Oh, I'm going to be in a dunk tank, and yeah, he was grouchy about that too. That's sports. Well, let's see. Brought to you by Get Unlimited 1.5% cash back plus $100 bonus with Power Cashback credit card from Security Service Federal Credit Union. Restrictions apply. Get details at ssfcu.org. Before I give you the weather and the traffic, I'm going to remind you that we have an X poll right now.
Right now?
Yeah, start calling now.
877-602-9696. We're wondering, what's the most expensive thing you've broken? So be thinking about that. Traffic, we've got heaviest traffic, I-15 southbound from Clearfield to Centerville. Looks like no accidents, though. Looks pretty good so far there. Traffic lights are in the flash mode, 7th East, 5th South. Treat that as a four-way stop as you go through there. Let's see if we have anything else here on UDOT or if anybody sent us anything at, let's see, just checking in from Dugway, but looks like roads are fine there. If you see something not fine, let us know, 33986. Snowbird season passes are now on sale. They offer the most benefits of any pass in Utah. Experience the longest season, 2,500 acres of legendary terrain this winter. Learn more at snowbird.com, and we'll be up there doing our show on Friday.
That's right.
I guess I'd have to say the most expensive thing. Oh, you got to do the weather first.
Spotty sprinkles, 87.
I guess I'd have to say the most expensive thing I have ever broken is the spirits of all my children. That's been costly. 877-602-9696.
Most expensive thing I've ever broken?
Yeah.
I had a Mustang 2, which I wanted a Mustang, but I couldn't afford a Mustang, so I got a Mustang 2.
Yeah, those were cheapy. My dad had one.
And, but I still felt like I had a Mustang. And
was it 3 on the floor? My dad's was lime green and 3 on the floor.
Mine was candy apple red, and the oil light came on. And I thought, oh, that's okay. Well, I guess I should get that checked sometime. And then it died one day, and my dad said, "What?
It seized up.
Did the oil light come on?" And I said, "Well, yeah." And he said, "Well, why didn't you tell me or we do something about it?" And I said, "Well, I thought it'd get brighter as, it just comes on a little bit, but then when it's really serious, the light gets." So I needed an entire new rebuilt engine for my car.
People think I'm kidding when I say you're dumb.
Candy apple red Mustang, huh?
Yeah. Mustang 2.
Mustang 2. Got that midlife crisis early, didn't you?
Yeah.
So the Mustang 2 was did it have an automatic transmission?
Yes.
Yeah. And it had a smaller engine.
Shut up.
It had a little tiny engine and
it was a candy.
It was the Mustang that people laughed at when they
shut
saw
up.
it going down the road.
I'm going to tweet a picture of it.
All right. That is the X poll. What's the most expensive thing you've ever broken?
How about you, Carrie?
I'm trying to think. And I just, what are the little statues that you could buy at like Hallmark?
Precious Moments.
No, there's a different name.
Like Yadro.
Yadro, that was it.
And Hummels.
A girlfriend worked at Hallmark and her mother collected the Yadros. Mm-hmm. And I broke one.
Those are fairly expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to think if there was anything more expensive that I have broken. Let's see what the calls say. Joel. Hello, Joel.
Joel?
How's it going, lords and ladies?
It's going fine. There's only one lady here, and we're not sure which one of us it is.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yes.
What's the most expensive thing you've broken, Joel?
So I'm a engineer, and I work for a DoD level,
military-grade equipment, and I was taking a measurement on something and left a 2-inch piece of wire in place when I shouldn't have.
Yeah.
And burnt out a $19,000 slip ring.
You burned a $19,000 piece of equipment.
Yep.
Wow.
Did you lose your job?
No, not at all. You know, I got laughed at, but otherwise, no. That's just the way the government
that was,
works, by the way.
So
that's the way the government works.
That was our money, Joel.
Yep.
Yes, it was.
You're fired.
It was my money, too.
You're fired, Joel.
You're fired.
All right. Thanks for calling us.
Thank you. Let's see.
Most expensive thing I've ever broken? My first marriage. I'm still paying for that.
Boom. Boom.
Let's see. My knee. I'm still trying to pay it off.
Yeah.
I just dropped $200 Kindle paper while in the tub a few weeks ago, Jim says.
Oh, dropped it in the tub?
Don't read your Kindle when you're in the tub.
A lot of people do.
That's dumb.
I read my phone when I'm in the tub. Just, I always chance it.
All right, let's go to Wayne. Hello, Wayne.
Hi, Wayne.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, Wayne, what's the most expensive thing you've broken?
So back a few years ago, I used to work for a Porsche racing team out here in Tooele, and we were loading up. I was taking a Ferrari and an Aston Martin up to the top of Sundance in a trailer. And when I measured the car, this Aston Martin, we got the Ferrari in. I measured the car, I measured the wheel wells, I measured the trailer.
Yeah.
I jumped in, I started loading it up, and the owner's like, hey, wait up, hold on in. And I pull in. And I jump out, all proud of myself. I'm like, is it in, dude? Is it good? And he's like, well, my antenna's back there. I didn't account that the antenna automatically comes out when you pull in.
Uh-oh.
So it ripped out, and it was like 20 or 10 feet away from the trailer when it snapped off. I have no idea how much it cost.
Wow.
That was probably pretty pricey to replace that.
Yeah, I'm sure it wasn't bad, but rich people don't seem to mind. He was pretty cool about it.
All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, that reminded me. I know something I broke that was fairly expensive. Is those rocket boxes that you put on top of your car? So the first time I ever got one of those, I got it out at Kirkham's Outdoor Products, and I had them help me put it on the car. They didn't have the one I wanted, but the salesman said, "You can use mine."
Oh no!
Until yours comes in.
No.
He said, I've just got it sitting back here. I said, okay. So, but it doesn't matter whose it was. So I put it on the car, and I had a Toyota. And you remember the trolley parking garage?
Yeah, it was kind of low.
Yeah. Well, I just didn't take that into account in the slightest. I was going on vacation the next day, but I had to go to work, drove into the parking garage, and just ripped that big hole in it. It just ruined this guy's rocket box.
Wow.
And so I bought him a new one, but
that's pretty expensive.
Those, I forget how much, $400 or $500.
Here's one. Coworker, I wish this person would call so we could get more of a clarification on this. Coworker dropped a lock into high pressure rollers. Cost $75K for a new one. End cost to company was over $5 million after lost production. See, I'd love to get the details on that one because a text just doesn't do that one justice.
Somebody said, I had a friend like Gina break her car. She filled it up with diesel because the green handle on the pump matched the color of her car.
Wow. Calvin. Hi, Calvin.
It's a good thing there wasn't a candy apple red pump in.
Calvin, what have you? What's the most expensive thing you've broken?
So, it seems to be a car theme today. But see, I was doing a good deed. My friend's father came to the bar to show off this new Porsche Carrera he got. Put a whole bunch of money to it, rims, everything. My friend turns to me and asks me if I would drive him home because he's too drunk. Of course, I'll drive him home. On the way home, he's like, yeah, I'll open this car up, see what it can do. And I'm just trying to tell him, no, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. And we start going around this turn, and he grabs my leg and pushes on the gas as we hit the turn, making us slide into a side wall and just totaling his brand new Porsche.
Oh, man.
I still think that's his fault.
Yeah, it was his fault.
Yeah, no, he admitted it. I didn't have to pay anything, and he felt bad about it. To this day, he does because he knows how bad I felt.
Yeah.
And I grew up with this guy breaking his stuff as a kid all the time. So
did he get a new Porsche?
Yeah, of course he did.
Yeah,
he was loaded. It was nothing to him.
Yeah. All right, Calvin.
Thanks, Calvin.
When I was in Afghanistan, I broke an excavator worth $95K. If you count the cost to get a new one, it will probably cost $120K.
Wow.
Well, go to line one real quick there.
Look at this. Real quick, because we got a break.
Yeah, hi.
This is Ty.
Ty, what did you break?
Okay, mine's not the most expensive, but I think it has the funniest ending. Back in 2008, I worked in a flour mill in West Ogden.
Uh-huh.
And I worked graveyard shift, and I derailed a locomotive.
Wow.
I could go into the whys and hows, but it was kind of one of those situations where it wasn't my fault, but it was my fault.
Uh-huh.
But I derailed it. Just the parts on the locomotive itself was about $20,000.
Oh my God!
But the bad part was that I had ruptured the gas tank and spilled 450 gallons of diesel fuel on the ground. Environmental Protection Agency and everything had to come out.
Yeah.
And the best part of the whole story was that it happened in the middle of the night. I had to call my boss. And while me and my boss are assessing the damage, he says, I don't know if I should tell you this right now, Ty, but this morning in our safety meeting, we voted you in as Employee of the Month.
That's a good story.
All right, Ty.
2008, I still have that plaque hanging up on my wall because of that.
With pride.
Thanks, Ty.
Thank you, Ty. All right, we'll continue this X poll if you insist. What's the most expensive thing you've ever broken? Oh, sorry. I meant to get your traffic music.
You meant to do that.
Starting Todd's
the phone number is 877-602-9696 to call in. What's the most expensive thing you've ever broken?
Crash eastbound I-80 at milepost 107. This is out by Saltaire. Signal problems, all directions, lights flashing, 5th South, 7th East in Salt Lake. Treat that as a 4-way stop. And looks like that's about it. If you see anything, you can text it to us, 33986. Brought to you by PRA Health Sciences, conducting a clinical research study for people that recreationally use Xanax, Klonopin, opioids, or Adderall. Qualified participants may be compensated up to $5,550. Call PRA 801-269-8200.
Strong Volkswagen and X96 present Pepper. Saturdays.
The latest from your favorite morning radio show. Follow Radio from Hell on Twitter at Radio from Hell.
All right.
Mr. Bowling will be showing up in a few moments.
Oh, good.
By the way.
What's the most expensive thing he's broken? His career?
877-602-9696. Give us a call. It's the X Poll. What's the most expensive thing you've ever broken?
In college, I dropped a vial of radiation on the floor of the lab I worked in.
What?
To solve it, the radiation safety officer taped a shield to the floor and calculated how long the half-life was until the floor was safe. That acrylic shield was still there after I graduated, and everyone has to step over it.
Jeez.
Wow. Okay. Let's go to Caleb. Hello, Caleb.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Great. What's the most expensive thing you've broken?
So I'm actually the guy with the padlock story.
Oh, okay. Now clarify this one for you. Just tell us what's going on.
Okay, so high pressure roller that puts out over 1 million square feet of roofing every day.
Oh, okay.
And this guy dropped one of the safety padlocks, and the stainless steel ball bearing in it. The lock got crushed, but the ball bearing punched a hole in the 12-foot wide roller. They're custom made, and it had to be air freighted from Germany.
Oh.
Things 12 feet wide and like 6 feet across.
How is it that you came to drop those things in there, both of them?
So it was actually a coworker. It wasn't me, but he just had it sitting on his belt loop, and he was walking across it, and it dropped off his belt and pulled it right into the roller.
He had a ball bearing there too. What? I don't.
The ball bearing was actually in the lock.
Oh, I see.
So there's ball bearings in your padlock.
It's all ball bearings these days.
Exactly.
Well, man, that's amazing. All right, thanks, Caleb.
Yep.
All right, Caleb. Here's one. Ran into a friend from high school at the Bellagio. We were so excited to see each other, we forgot our surroundings and dropped 3 Chihuly pieces in the boutique at the atrium. It was roughly $180K. Thanks for insurance, we didn't pay for it. In fact, Chihuly later sent us a plate that he made to show that he didn't have hard feelings.
Why would you be rewarded for that?
Yeah. He doesn't. Dale Chihuly doesn't make any of that stuff anyway. He just points and he has other people do it.
Blown glass.
Yeah. All those big glass.
They got those in the lobby of the Bellagio.
And there's one at Symphony Hall here.
That's right.
And you know how that went down. It was a lot of girl high-pitched squealing and wailing of hands. And
So do I understand right? They sell Chihuly pieces in the gift shop there?
You can buy them there. All right, let's go to Michael. Michael.
All right, so I was at my friend's house. We were watching this Red Bull Rampage from southern Utah, and this guy was attempting to do the first ever double backflip in history, and he failed. And my friend got really outraged, and I don't know what happened, but we got into a fight, and I ended up breaking his $200 TV.
Was there alcohol involved in?
No.
No?
No?
No. No, my friend just has really bad temper.
So naturally, because the guy didn't accomplish a feat on television, the next natural result is a fight.
It's a fist fight, yeah.
Not necessarily like a fist fight, but like he got outraged, and then I can't remember what he said, but
are you still friends with him? I hope not.
No, not really.
Good.
I get the occasional text from him, but
I'm
that's
still
about
stuck
it.
that there was no alcohol, that this was just sober rage.
I have trigger words!
I have trigger words. That's my sign-off today.
All right. Let's thank you, Michael. Let's go to Eddie.
Oh, Eddie.
Oh, Eddie, hi.
Eddie, what did you break?
Hello.
Hey.
I used to yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
I used to work for Delta Airlines on the ramp throwing bags, and I was working on a 757. I can't remember where it was going to, but we had got the plane all loaded up, and we were just finishing up, and I was walking from one side of the plane to the other side of the plane to pull the chocks out under the wheels to get ready to push it back. And at the time, I had long hair, and Delta didn't allow long hair because if passengers saw someone with long hair out loading their bags, they wouldn't want to fly Delta anymore.
Yeah, those hippies are loading my bags.
Which, just makes sense.
Yeah.
So I had a wig on, and I was walking under the plane.
I don't believe this story at all. You had a wig?
It's true.
All right.
I had to wear a wig to work. I got told one day I had to cut my hair or not come in, and I just wore a wig, and they all thought it was hilarious, and they let me get away with it.
All right. So you're walking about the other side of the plane.
Walking to the other side of the plane, the APU device that sucks air from the outside up inside. I walked too close to that, and it sucked my wig off up into the plane.
Come on.
And the plane had to be delayed a couple hours till they could pull it apart and get my wig out of there.
Now, don't you think that maybe they don't want you to have long hair working around that stuff because your long hair could get sucked up into... Isn't it that, and not that they don't want you to have long hair? It sounds like there's a lot of
equipment. No, because you can have long hair now, and you couldn't have facial hair back then either. I don't think they were worried about facial hair getting sucked up.
Now, what you should take away from this is Gina Barberi, corporate apologist.
All right.
All right.
Thanks, Thank you, Eddie. All right. That's I don't know how you go beyond that. That's a good place to end, I think.
Yeah.
All right. 10 minutes after 7 right now. Who's first, traffic or boners?
I've got them right here.
I got them right here.
Boner candidate number 1, Senator Hatch. Boner
That's it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Senator Hatch!
All right.
Boner candidate number 2, no, it's really a symbol of peace.
Oh, yeah.
And boner candidate number 3, would that be considered boobs on the ground?
Crash eastbound 80 approaching 7200 west. Allow extra time if you're leaving Tooele. There's emergency vehicles arriving on the scene there. And that's the only accident being reported so far. Brought to you by Snowbird Season Passes. They're now on sale, offering the most benefits of any pass in Utah. Experience the longest season, 2,500 acres of legendary terrain this winter. Learn more at snowbird.com.
All right, thank you very much. So we got big boy news and round 1 of the boner voting on the way. Yeah. Stand by for that.
And you should know that it's National Sneak Some Zucchini Onto Your Neighbor's Porch Day.
Oh, really?
You should know that. So do that and then head to Snowbird.
Well, we'll be up there. We'll spend the night Thursday night, and we'll do our show from the Forklift Restaurant on Friday morning, which you're more than welcome to join us there for that. But you should come up for the weekend because Oktoberfest is getting underway.
Is that what's starting? Okay.
It starts this weekend.
Yep.
Wow.
This weekend, August 12th, and continues every Saturday and Sunday and Labor Day until October 15th from noon to 6:30. Snowbird's annual I can't believe it. Oktoberfest Festival, beer from local and national breweries, classic German food favorites. And this weekend, it's Military Appreciation Weekend at Oktoberfest. All active and retired military and their immediate family get to ride the tram for free.
Oh, cool.
That's very nice. Go to snowbird.com for more details and also to purchase your season passes for skiing. You get discounts.
That's right. They got the movie schedule there. They got the bands that are playing. It's all there at the website.
Yeah. The all-day activities pass, you can buy that online. And join us this Friday. Go to snowbird.com.
X96 and Larry H. Miller.
8:18 right now. Time for round one of your boner voting. 3 news stories that are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide with your vote who is the worst, who is the most deserving of the award no one wants to win, the boner of the day. Boner means mistake. 2 candidates now, then a 3rd candidate after the big boy news. And once you've heard all 3, then you will vote. One of you lucky boner voters will receive a Can't Buy It, Gotta Win It Radio from Hell boner t-shirt, courtesy of
Excel Automotive Repair, Radio from Hell's official auto mechanics. Don't buy a lemon. Try Excel Automotive's $50 bumper-to-bumper used car checkover before you buy. Limit 2 cars per $50.
Here's boner candidate number 1. Senator Hatch!
Yes?
Senator Orrin Hatch got people upset a day or 2 ago when he was quoted by Politico. It was on Monday, about how it was time for Republicans to move on from health care and tackle tax reform instead. We're not going back to health care. We're in tax now, he said. As far as I'm concerned, they shot their wad on health care, and that's just the way it is. Oh, I didn't realize, I'm sorry, there's audio of it.
Oh, really?
Oh, I'd like to hear it.
Yeah, send it to me.
Let me see if I can do that really quick.
I'll search.
It's, it'd be a little hard for me to do it right now.
I'll look.
But it's Slate had it. Slate comments, is this an appropriate thing for an 83-year-old elected official to say? On Twitter, the news that Hatch was talking about Republican leadership shooting their wad was greeted with some surprise. Nathaniel Wexel, a reporter for The Hill, tweeted, well, that's graphic, especially coming from Senator Hatch. Many assumed that the phrase, shoot one's wad, is based on a sexual
Did you really think that's what he was saying?
Okay.
Did you really think he was...
I rarely defend Orrin Hatch, but I will right now. When you are muzzle loading a gun, you have the wad.
Mm-hmm. No, and he goes on, if you keep reading, he goes on to say that.
Well, of course, but I think he didn't know the other connotation. That's what I think.
You don't think he knew the muzzle loader?
No, I don't think he knows the sexual connotation.
Oh.
In a playful reference to Senator Hatch's advanced age, a tweet read, as few of you were alive during the Civil War, here's a valuable jargon lesson on wads. And then it talks about the muskets, the muzzle loaders. Over time, the use of wadding in the firing of a gun is a historic relic, and now it means something entirely different. But Senator Hatch, being alive during the Civil War, he probably
used that phrase.
Yeah, he knew the original. It's the same thing he did when remember a few years ago, and he was here in Utah, and he was talking about race relations and said you have to call a spade, and everybody
yeah. Think before you talk, Senator Hatch.
Boner candidate number 1, Senator Hatch. Boner candidate number 2. No, really, it's a symbol of peace. This is a story of a company trying to, nothing says love and peace and understanding, right, like a swastika.
Well, I would disagree with that.
This is what a tone-deaf T-shirt vendor thought. KA Design wanted to reclaim the reviled Nazi symbol by making T-shirts emblazoned with swastikas as emblems of goodwill.
There it is.
No.
So there's a picture at x96.com/live right now, or you can see it just on our website, I'm sure. A video posted to Facebook. KA Design explained its marketing strategy. The swastika is 5,000 years old. It's a symbol of peace. It's a symbol of love, a symbol of life. But one day, Nazism. They're trying to do what you're doing, Gina. They're trying to take back the swastika.
Yeah, that one's gone.
Yeah.
That one you need to let go.
They took the swastika, rotated it by 45 degrees, turned it into a turned it into hatred and turned it into fear and turned it into war and turned it into racism. Well, we're taking it back.
Because it's true. That symbol has been around for a long time. But you can't take that one
I
back.
have a House of Blues shot glass that has all these different religious symbols around the top, and that's one of them.
Mm-hmm. They said
we're
taking the swastika back, they said.
Pottery and stuff.
Yeah, you can see it.
The International Jewish Congress is not happy. Lots of people are not happy. The Auschwitz Memorial Museum voiced their disgust. You cannot escape the fact that swastika was turned by Nazis into a symbol of racism and hatred.
Yeah, there's no going back on that one.
You can't do it.
Gina's still trying with the American flag to take it away from conservatives, or take it back from conservatives. But I'm afraid that one has sailed.
It's boner candidate number 2. No, it's really a symbol of peace. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. Would that be considered boobs on the ground?
Boner candidate number 3, after this here big boy news and opinioendo, brought to you by
Alpine Plastic Surgery, specializing in sculpting your body to achieve the goals you have above and beyond what diet and exercise provide. Visit alpineplasticsurgery.com and schedule a free consultation today.
Tragedy. Oh. Just as we were getting over yesterday's, Anna Faris and
I'm not
Chris
over
Pratt.
that yet.
Well,
I
said getting over. Just as we were getting over it. Just as we were getting over, what was the other celebrity breakup yesterday? It was overshadowed by.
So overshadowed even I don't.
I can't remember it now. It's. Anyway,
it was all about Star-Lord yesterday.
So. I don't remember.
So just so I'm getting over Anna Faris, Ty Hardin has passed away.
Who?
Ty Hardin. Now, I wouldn't normally have done this obituary, but I started reading it, and there's an interesting fact in it. Ty Hardin was a television actor. He was the star of a Western called Bronco in the early days of television. He died at the age of 87, and I'm just kind of looking through the obituary. So he had an odd life. He roamed the West searching for adventure in the television series Bronco in the late 50s and early 60s. He died on Thursday in Huntington Beach, California. He was 87. Now, he had a career that didn't go very well. He was on TV in a couple of shows, and then he just couldn't get any work, so he went to Europe, and he acted there in spaghetti westerns.
Maybe they'll appreciate me in Europe.
And then,
like David Hasselhoff,
he turned down. By the way, he turned down the Clint Eastwood role, the good, the bad, and the ugly.
Oh yeah,
Ty Hardin turned that down, much to his dismay.
Yeah,
but Ty Hardin had a Utah connection, as I read later in his obituary. It says here that after returning to the United States in the late 70s, Ty Hardin came into conflict with the IRS over non-payment of taxes. While living in Prescott, Arizona, he formed an anti-tax, anti-government protest group that evolved into the Arizona Patriots Militia Movement, which was accused in 1986 of planning to blow up the IRS building in Ogden, Utah.
Wow.
In a raid on the Patriots camp, federal agents confiscated weapons and publications from Aryan Nation groups.
Wow.
The group has since disbanded. Mr. Hardin's first 7 marriages ended in divorce.
His first 7?
Yeah. Ended in divorce. He lived in Huntington Beach. Besides his wife, the former Carolyn Pompu, survivors include his sons Bobby Smith, Jeff and John Hardin, Tyron Hungerford, and daughters Mary Chrissy Smith and Stephanie Hardin Ludy, and many grandchildren and many great-grandchildren. I just thought it was pretty interesting that he tried to blow up the IRS building in Ogden, Utah.
And the celebrity breakup that got overshadowed yesterday, Elon Musk.
Yeah, and Amber Heard.
Well, I don't care about that one.
Well, it was, if it hadn't been for Chris Pratt and what's her name? Anna Faris. See, I've already forgotten her. She's dead to me. Listen, John Huntsman Sr. says, my patience is wearing thin with the University of Utah.
Is he going to take his cancer hospital and go home?
What's the problem?
Well, now we had the big shake-up and blow-up there, which has resulted in the resignation of the president of the University of Utah, David Pershing. So the big deal was the Huntsman Cancer Institute, and they get into a conflict with with the University of Utah Health Sciences and the University Hospital. And
who's in charge and how money's allocated.
And how is money allocated? So the Huntsman Cancer Institute, the money they take in, some of it is supposed to go back to the health sciences and University Hospital. Some of it's supposed to go to Huntsman charities that help cancer, and then they keep some of it. Well, it's not been handled well, according to John Huntsman and his administrators. And the university on their side was saying, well, they're not giving us the money we need for that they promised for the University Health Sciences. So everybody thought they had this all worked out. Well, apparently not. Several months have now passed, and the University of Utah apparently is not doing what they said they would. Peter Huntsman says, I'm impatiently waiting, but my patience is wearing very thin. U spokesman Chris Nelson said Monday that U officials have been in constant communication with the Huntsman Foundation, including as recently as last week, to obtain the foundation's input and records necessary for negotiation of a new arrangement to proceed. But the Huntsmen say, it's weird. The University of Utah, they may have some legitimate issues with the Huntsman Cancer Institute, but they're not handling this well at all, and that is a big, big, big deal. The Huntsman Cancer Institute is a big deal. And if Peter Huntsman's patience is wearing thin, I would say the University of Utah should do its very best to make sure that doesn't happen.
John Huntsman.
No, Peter is the head of the Huntsman Foundation.
Y'all need to sit down in a room and get this figured out.
3 people were shot to death and killed at a Mexico resort the other day. Now, there's been a lot of gang and cartel drug violence in Mexico, as we've all heard that in the news, but it's generally outside of the resort towns. They keep the fighting in the interior of the country. Well, 3 people were shot and killed, 2 others wounded Sunday when gunmen opened fire at a beach resort, Playa Familia, in the Los Cabos tourist region of the southern tip of the Baja California Peninsula. Mexican and foreign tourists were sunbathing on the beach, and then bullets started flying, and 3 people were killed, and they say it is this drug cartel violence. Taylor Swift.
Countersuing.
So the Taylor Swift and a radio host agree on one thing. David Mueller, known on the air as Jackson, took his girlfriend and co-worker along to meet Taylor Swift shortly before a concert in Denver on June 2nd, 2013. They chatted, posed for photographs. But from there, the versions of what happened differ, and vehemently differ. So now a federal jury will decide whether, as Miss Swift says, Mr. Mueller groped her while the picture was being taken, or whether, as Mr. Mueller says, she falsely accused him, leading the radio station to fire him from his $150,000 a year job hosting a morning show.
Why would she make that? What does she have to gain?
What does she have to gain
making that up?
From a DJ?
Mueller filed his lawsuit in 2015. Taylor Swift countersued, accusing Mr. Mueller of assault and battery. She's scheduled to testify, so she'll be in court in Denver.
Yeah. Not knowing anything else about it, I see no gain she has from making that up and creating a situation where she has to go to court and testify.
Yeah.
She doesn't want to do any of that.
She doesn't like the way he talked about her on the radio. That's what it is. She wouldn't play her record. He wouldn't play her records. I'll show him.
Yeah. I know. I'm not going to play a record from the most popular artist in the Americas right now.
I really
Plus,
can't.
he's a radio DJ. Immediately, I'm suspect.
Don't trust him.
Yeah.
He's lying.
And I saw the photo. I saw the photo, and it looks like he might have done it.
Mr. Mueller has indicated that if he touched Ms. Swift in a way that she found inappropriate, it was accidental as he rushed to get into position for the photograph. And it says, but it doesn't, nobody is offering any explanation of why she would
Why would she make
yeah.
that up?
Yeah.
But there's just doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't.
No.
And let's see. And then finally this. A Florida sinkhole has claimed 5 more homes. 7 houses have now been condemned in the Land O'Lakes, Florida, in the town of Land O'Lakes, Florida, thanks to the county's largest sinkhole. It's the largest sinkhole there in 30 years. I mean, we've had
impressive.
We've had some sinkholes.
Florida at some point is just going to disappear. With sinkholes and with the rising ocean, if Florida will just not be there anymore.
2 homes were destroyed when the ground gave way on July 14th, but the sinkhole has since expanded. It now stretches 260 feet across. 2 more houses along its edge were condemned on Saturday, followed by 3 on Sunday. Cirrus Environmental Services has been contacted to remove debris from the sinkhole, and 5 semi-truck loads were carted off on Saturday.
Listen, I take back my applause for Florida going away. I realize that if Florida does go away, half of our boner candidates will also go away.
That's true.
It'll make our job harder.
We need Florida to stick around. So
Florida is especially prone to sinkholes, it says here, because it's built on limestone.
Yeah.
And there are no
Florida
rocks.
mostly won't be there.
There are no rocks in Florida. There are no rocks. You can't unless somebody brings a rock to Florida. There aren't any rocks naturally there.
Are you allowed to bring a rock to Florida?
I think you
Do they
can.
stop you at the border
No,
and say, nope, there are no rocks in Florida?
Let's import some.
I don't think they have anything against rocks. It's just that there aren't.
They're not
any.
rockists.
Yeah. No, they're not.
Rockist?
Rocks.
Rockist.
Isn't that a Def Leppard record? Rockist. Yeah. Don't like rock.
Oh no, I don't think that's right. All right,
Sorry.
You want to sing the national anthem?
Weather and traffic and.
Let's see. Weather. Yeah, so cooler today. I walked out of the house. I went, oh, that's nice. I can feel the 60s. Because it's been 70s overnight, not getting cool at all at night. Thunderstorms possible later today. 87 for a high. Get unlimited 1.5% cash back plus a $100 bonus with Power Cashback Credit Card from Security Service Federal Credit Union. Restrictions apply. Get details at ssfcu.org. Crash northbound Redwood Road at the 201 freeway. Center lane is blocked. Traffic is getting by on the right and left lanes. Crash eastbound 80 approaching 7200 west. I'm going to just check our message stream quickly. Brand new traffic accident, 123rd South, semi-truck and a mid-sized vehicle. Northbound I-15, they say. Thank you for sending that in to 33986. Yeah, there you go.
Anything else? That's it.
All right, here's boner candidate number 3. So would that be considered boobs on the ground? Eric Bowling.
Oh, boy.
Eric Bowling, longtime Fox contributor, has apparently, he's been suspended after reports that he sent lewd photographs to female colleagues. They suspended Bowling, longtime host at the network, on Saturday, pending an investigation into the reports that he sent these photographs to 3 female colleagues via text message.
Pretty easy to prove.
Fox, yeah, I guess.
Here's your number, and here's the picture.
Oh, I just thought maybe you just recognized his
no.
his junk.
It's attached to his
your number and my number. Here's the picture.
Fox News learned about the allegations against Mr. Bowling after an inquiry from Huffington Post. In an article published Friday night, Huffington Post cited a dozen anonymous sources who said Bowling sent an unsolicited photo of male genitalia via text message to at least 2 colleagues at Fox Business and 1 colleague at Fox News. A lawyer for Mr. Bowling, Michael J. Bowe, did not immediately respond to an email seeking comment. But, Bowling, even if he didn't do this, he should have been suspended or fired a long time ago for his really awful comments on the air.
Yes.
He once called a female doctor, Dr. McCarty, live on the air.
Oh, yeah. He is definitely a sexist.
Yeah, and
that's why he doesn't remember if he sent pictures or not.
Because it's daily life for him.
He was criticized for a comment he made about a female pilot for the United Arab Emirates, Miriam al-Mansouri, who had led an airstrike against ISIS. Would that be considered boobs on the ground or no? Bowling said on the air.
This is on a channel with the last name News.
He apologized for that comment the next day, and he wasn't fired. Boner candidate number 3. Would that be considered boobs on the ground?
All right, let's review the first 2 candidates and vote.
We had boner candidate number 1, which was Senator Hatch. Orrin Hatch being criticized for using the phrase, the Republicans really shot their wad on this one.
What?
Boner candidate number 2. No, really, it's a symbol of peace. This advertising agency trying to take back the swastika. They do it's a rainbow swastika. I'm sorry, it's too tasty.
Nice try,
it's
but
too
no.
late.
And boner candidate number 3, Eric Bowling. Would that be considered boobs on the ground?
All right, let's get to voting. This is round 1 of your boners. You need to decide which one of these candidates is the worst and therefore the most deserving to go forward and possibly become boner of the day. Boner fight happens at 9:25. 1, 2, or 3, you decide the candidate number. Put that number in the message of your text. Text that to 33986. You can call, use your voice, 877-602-9696. That's another way to vote. Or you can go to x96.com and look for the box that says Round 1, August 8th on it, and click on that to vote. If you don't see that box, refresh. It'll appear. 300 seconds, Round 1, boner voting. Let's go.
John Smith kicks off your workday with a 1-hour nonstop music wingding at 10 a.m. on X96. Please keep listening. Radio from Hell, your source for the most incomplete sports and weather with Gina Barberi. Weekday mornings from 6 to 10 a.m. on X96.
7:46, time to award your boner.
And this morning's boner brought to you in part by Spätzle.
You had Spätzle?
Spätzle.
And you can play Geeks Who Drink Trivia this evening at 6:30 or enjoy dinner and a show featuring the Mark Cheney Trio at 7 p.m. Like Gracie's on Facebook for updates, adults only.
So, boner candidate number 1, Senator Hatch. Really?
God.
You potty mouth. Said the Republicans have blown their wad when it comes to health care. Boner candidate number 2, no, really, it's a symbol of peace. It's an advertising company, a T-shirt company. They're trying to rebrand and reclaim the swastika. They made it in rainbow colors and said, really, it's a 5,000-year-old symbol of peace. And
not anymore.
No, you can't do it. And boner candidate number 3, would that be considered boobs on the ground? Eric Bolling,
yep.
Fox News, fired or suspended. He'll never work there again. What is... Bill O'Reilly, Roger Ailes, Eric Bolling.
There's an environment that supports that there.
There's another guy.
The building is full of them.
There's another guy whose name I didn't recognize. Who works at Fox Business. Yeah, it's just like, oh man. The T-shirt, boner T-shirt, won by Andrew, and the winner of today's boner voting. Would that be considered boobs on the ground?
Good.
All right, that candidate moves forward to boner fight at 9:25. It'll face off against the winner of round 2, which happens at 8:20.
As it turns out, I've seen Eric Bolling a few times on TV and doing whatever it is he does, and he's a turd. I mean, he's
good
just
riddance.
In general. He's just yeah. So this morning, before the show began, somebody, well, it was Dylan, was blowing his nose while standing in the doorway of the production room, and Gina took offense to that, and I don't think she yelled it out so that Dylan could hear her, because she wouldn't want to do that, but she said, "God, go do that in the bathroom. Go blow your nose in the bathroom."
Nobody wants to hear that.
I usually try to do that, to go in the bathroom, or go away from people to blow my nose, because I do have a loud nose blow.
It's not even the noise. I think if you're expelling anything from your body, it should be done in the bathroom.
So that's where you have sex? Is that things from your body get expelled?
Not from my body.
I do usually.
Okay, you be in the bedroom and have your husband be in the bathroom. Yeah, do that.
Just taking a whole other
Yeah,
turn.
I didn't do that. I meant like.
I don't know how we can go back to blowing noses.
So what do you?
I say if you're expelling things from your body, you do it in the bathroom.
Oh, come on.
Nobody wants to hear it.
You don't
or
go in the
see
bathroom
it.
just to fart.
I don't do that.
Oh, you
ever.
do too. You do too.
I agree with you. It is gross, and I'll say in my defense for this morning, the show was about to start, and I didn't realize how much work I was going to have to do in that department. There was more in there to get out than I thought there was going to be, so it ended up being a bigger project.
Because here's the other thing with it. Here's the other thing with it. If you're in the bathroom, you can do a little check and make sure you got everything, that it's not,
Yeah,
if there's a mirror, you can make sure everything's you're in the all clear before you present yourself to other people.
I completely agree, and I just the show is about to start, and I didn't want to be late.
You can blow your nose in public. You can blow your nose in public.
I mean, you can.
It's not a big deal. People don't get necessarily offended if you blow your nose. I don't think.
See, I got self-conscious when Gina said that, because a while back I had that real bad cold, and I have to blow my nose in here because I can't leave the board.
Where the buttons are, you have to push. My buttons are in there, and that's
no exceptions. No exceptions.
That's an exception.
Gina gets up in the show and leaves to go to the bathroom on occasion. Just priorities, I suppose.
Well, yeah, but that's because she's not going to.
Here's a text. My husband's stepdad blows his nose whenever the urge arises. It is disgusting and embarrassing, especially in a crowded restaurant.
Yes. I've told the story before about my husband who was outside working in the yard. Hot, sweaty, dirty, working in the yard. I came outside.
I was watching him through the window.
I came outside to bring him a drink or something. And he said, "Excuse me," and he walked around the side of the house to spit, because he wouldn't spit in front of. He said, "Oh, no, excuse me, let me go over here." And
you mean he didn't go into the bathroom to spit?
My point
if
is,
you are expelling things from your body, you should only do it in the bathroom.
My point is,
or out in the yard.
He went away from me to do it.
Listen, I excuse myself and I go out and pee in the yard.
Excuse me, I'm going to pee in the yard.
I'm going to pee in the yard.
Well, we've all done that on occasion. Were you as I was blowing my nose loudly, were you walking by me?
No,
at the time you were just in here.
You were sitting in here. No. We could all hear you.
It's just
everybody in the world can hear me. Geese came flying. I blow my nose so loud, it's a bird call, and they fly into the windows, and it's awful. We have huge window cleaning bills at Broadway Media because of it.
Because it's also like you think if you're sick and you're blowing your nose, you're exposing people to that also.
I almost never blow my nose. I don't have any. I almost never have need to blow my nose.
I got a nose waxing yesterday.
Oh, really?
So that might have had something to do with the cleaning that needed to happen in there. That's my only excuse.
Daniel says my mom blows her nose in the middle of movies. It drives me insane.
What is she supposed to do?
Go to the bathroom.
This conversation's making me sick. Sorry. Do not blow your noses in front of me. I will barf.
Don't barf in front of me. I'll blow my nose.
You barf in the bathroom. That's expelling things from your body.
You try to.
And then there's I'm a snot rocket kind of guy. Yeah. Let's see.
I have only ever done that out of just absolute necessity. No other way.
I do that every morning in the shower.
Oh, really?
Every morning?
Every morning.
That's how you got the name Snot Rocket.
That's right.
That's your radio name if you ever do a different show.
Every morning
and
in
the
shower.
sniffers.
Yeah.
Snot Rocket and the sniffer.
That's right.
Every morning?
Every morning in the shower, yes.
Do you make sure it's gone?
Well, of course.
Okay.
No, he just leaves a big gob of snot on the floor of the shower.
Do you want the details?
Why would you?
Because I can give you the
why
details.
would you even ask that?
It's the last thing that I do in my regimen.
The first thing I do is pee in the shower.
I kneel down to make sure that I'm near the drain.
No, we don't need to know this.
Really?
I don't want to
That's
picture
too
this.
much.
I don't want to picture this.
I take a knee and I get close to the drain. Because if you don't, there is a chance that it might
This is what I want.
go on the tile.
That
on the
is
side.
why I was
You're in the
asking.
shower.
I'm
Just
in the shower.
wash it down.
And then it washes down. Then you take the hose and you...
That is why I was asking. See, I think if you're just doing it standing there, who knows where it's going?
that is why you were asking, but it's none of your business.
I do have an image in my head now that I didn't need.
Yeah. That's none of your business how he does it.
Or what you do
I just
is
do it
if you're
in
like
my
Bill and you
hand.
pee in the shower, you can just use that to wash down your...
I just do it in my hand and then wash it
okay.
down the drain.
The consultant is going to love this break.
I know people are eating breakfast. I'm sorry. Just expel things in the bathroom.
My apologies, Gina.
That's
I'm
all right.
sorry that I offended your sensibilities.
All right.
By that thing, when I have my after show cry, I should always go into the bathroom because tears are coming out.
We've been requesting that for a long time.
All right, I'll stop doing it at my desk then.
Thank you.
I'll go to the bathroom.
Thank you. Or go sit in your car and cry. Do something.
I didn't realize that you didn't want me to do that at my desk.
Nope.
All right. Can you at least
do traffic? Sure. Crash northbound Redwood Road at 21st South. The center lane is closed there. Traffic getting by on either side. Crash northbound I-15 at milepost 289. This is just south of the Bangor Highway off to the left shoulder. Crash northbound I-15 132nd South. And crash eastbound I-80. This is out by Saltaire. That's traffic.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay. Sorry. And no, we're not going to bring breastfeeding into this discussion.
That's a different
That's
thing.
different altogether.
It's a different thing.
Although with all that shower talk, I wish we had a Shamrock Plumbing ad to do here.
I'm glad we don't, actually.
All right.
Separate it out.
Let's see. So coming up, we've got round 2 of the boner voting. Mm-hmm. Stand by for that. And all that. KXRK Provo.
X96 is your home for non-stop music. We give you a Geeks Unite. Follow Kerry Jackson on Twitter at RFHCarry. That's Kerry, Kerry. Weekday mornings on X96.
803.
I guess I don't understand how somebody in the texter says that I don't understand how talking about snot is leftist propaganda.
I just
don't
it's
get
obvious.
that.
Yeah. It's obvious
being
that's what
force-fed.
Yeah, his radio is broken. He can't turn it off or change the channel.
And trapped under something
being
heavy.
Forced to listen
being
to.
forced, it says. Being force-fed pro-leftist propaganda.
Yep.
I guess the snot chat was too much for him.
I guess so.
All right.
So I was posting a picture on my dog's Instagram account yesterday.
Why don't you make the damn dog do it himself?
Herself.
Itself.
And I saw this article this morning about social pet working, which is exactly what it sounds like.
Arranging play dates for your puppy?
No.
No?
Like social networking,
right.
like being on social media, Instagram accounts, Facebook accounts. They say 17% of pets have a dedicated presence on social media. Like of all the pets in the world, 17% have their own Instagram, Facebook.
And the pets don't really have any sense of how time-consuming it is going to be for them because they don't really have a sense of time.
That's right. And who interviewed all these pets to find this out?
Yes.
They say 26% of adults say they take more photos of their pets than their spouses or their children. I mean, most of the pictures Carrie posts are of his dogs.
Oh, yeah.
Very rarely do you ever post a picture of just you or your wife, or it's your dogs.
Oh, yeah.
And they have their own social media accounts.
Hudson does. Ripley realized how time-consuming it would be, and Ripley just doesn't care for the internet.
And she's got better things to do with her time.
Ripley doesn't like being force-fed leftist propaganda through the internet, so she stays off of it.
But Marnie the Shih Tzu has 2.1 million followers.
Why?
Well, I guess you have to go look at her. And I didn't know about this one. David Beckham's dog, Olive. I need to start following her.
Olive.
And Lady Gaga's French bulldog, Asia. So if you have a favorite celebrity, or even a favorite Radio from Hell show host, all our pets have Instagram accounts.
Yeah, Klaus, the goopy-eyed cat.
Does he have Instagram or Twitter?
Just Twitter. I probably should get him to open up a Instagram, but he has trouble seeing because of his goopy eye. I'm going to post a Twitter picture of him right now at RFHBill, and it let's see, it's there. Oh, and he wrote, "I've got my goopy eye on you." That's what it says.
A guy in the chat room points out that this is against the terms of service because the pets aren't 13 years of age or older.
Oh,
so.
Well, yeah, because my my puppy Riley, at Wonder Riley on Twitter, and Riley Wonder Dog on Instagram. She's 3 months old. And that was the picture I posted of her yesterday. Is a picture of her where you can tell how gigantic she is. And she does not look.
She's no longer cuddly and
she's that
tiny anymore.
She's that stage you don't like, Carrie. She's
at that awkward,
gangly teenage stage.
The stage that Hudson, after celebrating his first birthday this weekend,
well, that's why I was going to bring that up.
Will never get out of that stage. He will permanently, when he's 8 or 10, will be in that gangly, uncomfortable, awkward stage.
Because I saw you had a little party for Hudson.
Yes. We're only guessing that we assigned his birthday to be August 1st because we don't know. Because he's a rescue.
So is
I'll
Klaus.
have you know he's a rescue.
So is Klaus.
So we just assigned August 1st to be Hudson's birthday.
And what kind of cake did he have?
It was a meat pie.
A meat pie.
It was some ground lamb with some, dough around it and baked, and it was... I wanted to eat it instead of have the dogs eat it because it looked good.
With a candle.
Yeah, a little candle. Yeah. One.
I don't. Klaus has 224 followers.
That's
now.
impressive.
That's good.
It's at Goopy I Klaus, Klaus, at Goopy I Klaus, and he just posted a picture of himself. There it is. He's a sad character.
So I think we need to get. I know Dylan has dogs, and I don't think. Is it his dog or is it?
No, it's
family dog.
Well, it's essentially his sister's. Two dogs, Ollie, the fat older pug, and Bender, the little squirmy pug.
And I know Richie has a tomato plant, so I think Richie should have a...
Is that Richie's pet, a tomato plant?
Richie's tomato plant should have an Instagram account.
Richie does not strike me as being a pet person. He would forget to feed the pet and
yeah.
it would die.
Well, he shouldn't have a pet because he's gone so much.
Yeah.
He's gone too much to have a pet.
Have you ever had a pet?
When I was married, I had a dog, but I didn't do anything with it.
There's no way to talk about her.
The marriage or the dog?
No.
Either.
It was an actual dog.
Oh, okay.
And when I was growing up, I had a dog.
What happened to the dog?
That was a subtle one.
Thank you.
There. Thank you.
What happened to the dog?
It's dead now. It had to be put down last year.
Oh.
It was old. It was a Sheltie, 11 years old. And then, interestingly enough, my dog growing up named Tyson. Not a very common dog name.
No.
My brother had a dog
name, Tyson.
My brother had a dog named Tyson.
Really?
Yeah, a boxer.
Yeah, that makes
Mike
sense.
Tyson.
If it's a boxer.
It was a boxer. And
That
he named
makes
it
perfect
Tyson.
sense.
Yeah.
Mine were poodles and Shelties, respectively.
No.
But no, I would love to have a dog, but it would be exactly as Carrie would be. Like, hey, neighbor, can you go let the dog out or feed it? I would never do it.
I've had friends who said, I think I'm getting a dog. And I said, no, you're not a dog person. You are a cat person. You're gone too much. Cats can be left alone for a longer period of time than dogs.
Fish
are fine.
Maybe fish.
I don't even want that responsibility. Like, even the dropping the flakes in the
Even
top
that's
of the
too
water
much.
right now, for me, I'm just, no.
No, having a puppy is so much work.
Yes.
And it will break your
so
heart.
So much work. And we said to the kids before we got the puppy, puppies are a lot of work. We know.
And they don't want to do it.
No, they do. They Jonesy sets her alarm every morning and gets up with her, and they've been really great about it so far, but they're exhausted.
Right.
Because it never stops.
And
My children are exhausted from playing with that dog.
It is, because it's constant. But Richie, I want you to start an Instagram account for your tomato plant.
Okay, I will.
And see, with the cats, I can just say, would you quit rubbing up against me? Get out of the way.
You know, tomato plants die in the fall.
This will be the ongoing story.
I'm not going to follow something that's going to be gone.
No, and then, you follow the sandwiches they end up on. There's a whole bunch of stuff.
Can't you nurture it and get it to live through the winter?
That's my squash. I should do a big...
Okay, yeah. Name your squash.
Sure that's not Eric Bowling?
That's a picture of Eric Bowling.
Yep.
No, that's a generous picture of Eric Bowling.
Now people are taking it wrong that they think that Ripley is a Republican. No, she is not a Republican. She just does not trust the internet.
It's a different thing entirely.
It's different. And also, she's smarter than the listener who's complaining about the left-wing news being forced down their throat. She chooses not to participate, unlike you. All right. My dog is smarter than you.
Ripley chooses not to listen to this show.
Exactly. She doesn't trust the internet or her daddy.
She's a smart girl.
That's right.
So if you don't like left-wing propaganda and you listen to this show, you're stupid.
Yes.
Because this is nothing but left-wing propaganda, as this chat about pets on social networks has proven.
All right. The consultant would be upset if we don't put out the accounts that we have just been talking about. So
Instagram for my pup is Riley Wonder Dog, and her Twitter account is @WonderRiley.
I think both Instagram and Twitter are Derpy Hudson.
How do you spell Derpy?
DERPY Hudson.
And Klaus has his own Twitter, not Instagram yet, but I'll start that for him or help him get it started. It's @GoopyEyeKlaus, and Klaus is spelled Klaus.
All right.
Crash northbound I-15 at 200 North in Kaysville. Cars are on the right shoulder, not causing any slowage yet, but might in a moment when emergency vehicles get there. Allow for a few extra minutes on the drive from North Ogden to Willard Bay due to a crash on US 89. 2 crashes northbound I-15 at Bangor. The first is on the left shoulder at the exit ramp. The second is at the on-ramp blocking the right lane and shoulder. That's traffic.
All right. Boner candidates coming up?
Yes, we do. I think the dentist has had enough is number 1. Number 2, the bigger you are, the more you'll save. And number 3, I was doing research. Those are the candidates. So there you go. We'll have those coming up for you in just a second.
I was doing research. All right. That's and Big Boy News and Opinioendo coming up after these.
Strong Volkswagen and X96 present Pepper. Saturday.
Now, time for round 2 of your boner voting. 3 news stories that are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. Boner means mistake. We'll give you 2 candidates now, then a third after the big boy news. You've got to decide which one of these 3 is the worst of these 3. You decide who goes on to boner fight at 9:25 and possibly becomes the boner of the day. One of you random boner voters will receive
tickets to see Rob Lowe.
Ooh.
At Live at the Eccles.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You could be in the same room as Rob Lowe.
All right, here's boner candidate number 1. I think the dentist has had enough. Police say that a dentist in Pennsylvania tried to work on his patients while drunk. After his staff called 911, he told responding officers, "Yep, I drank a whole bottle of vodka."
He sounds proud of himself.
The Butler Eagle reports Gregory Bellotti is charged with public drunkenness and reckless endangerment. Police say his staff at Refresh Dental Management called authorities on March 23rd to report someone with an altered level of consciousness. When officers arrived, they found the dentist, Mr. Bellotti, heavily intoxicated. As a matter of fact, he was treated at the hospital for alcohol poisoning. Police say he worked on 7 patients before the office staff noticed, "Hey, Doc is looking kind of strange. Doc is not doing too well. I think Dr. Bellotti's drunk."
Mr. Bellotti was blotto.
Yeah. Bellotti had an arrangement set for September 5, and the State Dentistry Board has suspended his license. Boner candidate number 1. I think the dentist has had enough. Boner candidate number 2. The bigger you are, the more you'll save. A Chinese restaurant has come under fire for offering discounts to women depending on their bra size, it's reported. According to Guangzhou Evening Post, local people complained to the town council after seeing posters advertising discounts for the trendy shrimp restaurant at a mall in Hangzhou, the main city in this province. The company's advertisements show a lineup of cartoon women.
If you go to x96.com/live, you can see it. They're like anime women.
So who gets the bigger discounts, the bigger or the smaller?
What the hell do you think?
Well, I don't know.
Well, if you look.
Why would you even ask that question?
If you look there, you can see.
The bigger the boobs, the bigger the discount.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, Gina, if you had listened to the title of the boner candidate, it says, "The bigger you are, the more you'll save." Got it?
Yeah.
The company advertisement, they show these cartoon women in their underwear with the slogan, "The whole city is looking for breasts."
Wow.
It listed discounts for women depending on their cup size, greater offers to women with bigger busts. One representative complaint said the posters were vulgar advertising and discriminatory toward women. You think? The posters first appeared on August 1st. They've since been removed, but Trendy Shrimp Restaurant general manager Lan Shenggang defended their sales strategy, saying, "Once the promotion started, customer numbers rose by about 20%.
So it did work. I'm not going to stop doing that.
Some of the girls we met were very proud. They had nothing to hide." He assured readers that customers could claim their discounts from the waitresses rather than dealing with the male staff in order to avoid embarrassment. Boner candidate number 2, the bigger you are, the more you'll save. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. I was doing research.
Boner candidate number 3 after this here big boy news and opinioendo. And you have plenty of time, by the way. Okay. Brought to you by
Snowbird season passes are on sale now and offer the most benefits of any pass in Utah. Experience the longest season in Utah and 2,500 acres of legendary terrain this winter. Learn more at snowbird.com.
A collector found a World War II mortar shell covered in bubble wrap in a box of other items in Cottonwood Heights. A veteran apparently treasured this explosive and kept it for decades until his death, when it was passed on to the collector, said Cottonwood Heights Police Chief Robbie Russo. The officers told me it was remarkably well preserved, and it was wrapped in bubble wrap, which I guess is a good sign, Russo said.
Yeah, that'll keep it from exploding.
Police were taking pains to be careful with the collector, whose name has not been released, after he notified them. A 70-year-old piece of ordnance, explosives. Police Chief Russo says, you never know what can happen. Russo's officers, firefighters, and a team from Hill Air Force Base on Monday afternoon blocked off at least a portion of the street while the bomb squad investigated. The device was found on Cardinal Way in Cottonwood Heights. Neighbors said that they were relieved that it was removed without incident. They retrieved it, and it's out there, and that's good to know, or it's out of there. That's good to know, said Pete Hirsch, who lives nearby. Everybody's pretty nice, and we don't want to see any harm come to your neighbors. I knew some guys in Ogden. I think there were two brothers and maybe a friend of theirs years ago who they found a mortar shell. And I forget the circumstances of where they found it. But these kids took it home, and they decided that they would
throw rocks at it?
Hit it with a hammer. Even better, which they did. It exploded in the garage, and one of the brothers, no legs.
Wow.
The other one missing some other parts of his body, as I recall. I mean, it was just, and I knew them. I knew these guys. I can't remember their names now. I think they were in either Huntsville or North Ogden. They were wheelchair athletes. And, I used to be sort of involved in wheelchair basketball and that kind of thing. And they're really great guys. But, I asked them, so what happened to you guys? Why, and why? And they said, because we were stupid. Man. So let's see now. Now this was maybe going to be a boner candidate. Google. Did you hear about this guy at Google?
Yeah. I was surprised you didn't make this a boner candidate.
Well, the other one, the other one was funnier.
Oh.
So. the Chinese restaurant, Tasty Shrimp Restaurant, is funnier than this one.
Okay.
Google on Monday fired a software engineer who wrote an internal memo that questioned the company's diversity efforts and argued that the low number of women in tech positions is a result of biological differences. Women are not biologically equipped to be technicians and to handle the technical details of a job at Google. The memo, called Google's Ideological Echo Chamber, angered many people in Silicon Valley because it relied on gender stereotypes, like the notion that women are less interested in high-stress jobs because they're more anxious, to rationalize the gender gap in the tech industry. The memo quickly spread outside the company as other Google employees railed against many of its assumptions. In a company-wide email, Google's chief executive, Sundar Pichai, said that portions of the memo had violated the company's code of conduct and crossed the line by advancing harmful gender stereotypes in our workplace. But
did he not see Hidden Figures?
It also put the company in kind of a bind as well.
Yeah.
Because Google has always promoted a culture of openness. Mm-hmm. You can say what you want. If you believe something to be true, you can say it without fear of repercussions.
So is he saying that? I was told I could say anything?
He got fired.
He stood by it and he got fired. Yeah. And now he's being offered a job at WikiLeaks.
Are you making that up?
I'm not kidding. No. Because that's the kind of people that they
You'll
attract.
feel more comfortable over here.
Misogynist, bigoted, you name it.
The memos impacted coworkers, said Mr. Pichai, and so it was a pretty big. It was a big deal for Google.
It should have been. Yeah.
Anthony Scaramucci,
hey,
the mooch. He thinks, he's got something special.
What sort of something special?
He's on his way to Hollywood.
Is he going to Dancing with the Stars?
Anthony Scaramucci wants to parlay. No, he wants to parlay his short-lived stardom as White House communications director into an acting gig.
The Sopranos, is that still on? I'd be great on that show.
TMZ says that a major Hollywood producer has been in touch with Scaramucci to create a White House version of Spin City.
A sitcom?
I guess. The two working titles for the sitcom or feature film, they're not sure which, are 10 Days in July or Attack of the Swamp Monsters, TMZ says. The concept is an outsider storming to power in Washington, much to the consternation of longtime political hacks who try to strike back at him. The mooch flamed out, of course, as communications director when new White House Chief of Staff John Kelly ousted him after only 10 days.
So if it's 10 days on that job, how long do you think this sitcom's going to last? If that's what it's based on.
It's never going to happen.
No. No one wants this.
It will never happen.
No one wants this.
No.
No one wants to see you railing against the people in charge. No one wants to see that.
No.
Because the people in charge are screwed up, and so are you.
A new government report shows the average temperature in the United States has risen rapidly and drastically since 1980, and recent decades have been the warmest of the past 1,500 years.
Why are you making things up, Bill?
Yeah.
Why are you just...
I'm not making this
is extreme weather.
This is just extreme weather.
This happens all the time.
That's all this is. It happens every, 2,000 years or so. This is according to a sweeping federal climate change report awaiting approval by the Trump administration, which probably won't approve it. The draft report by scientists from 13 federal agencies, which has not yet been made public, concludes that Americans are feeling the effects of climate change right now.
Yes.
It directly contradicts claims by President Trump and members of his cabinet who say that the human contribution to climate change is uncertain and that the ability to predict the effects is limited.
The scary thing is, and Carrie was saying this earlier, these scientists were worried that this information will be suppressed. So they leaked it to the New York Times.
They did.
Yeah.
That is the country we are living in now. Scientists having to sneak around the White House to get information out. That is scary.
The authors note that thousands of studies conducted by tens of thousands of scientists have documented climate changes on land and in the air. Many lines of evidence demonstrate that human activities, especially emissions of greenhouse heat-trapping gases, are primarily responsible for recent observed climate change, they wrote. You know who's very, very aware of climate change and plans for it too, and that's why I kind of don't understand some of the relationship between Donald Trump and generals in the army is the Pentagon, the military.
Yeah,
they're very aware
of
what's going on, and they're planning for things to get pretty hairy as climate change causes all kinds of social upheaval, mass migration of people, people going to war against each other for resources like water. So the Pentagon is very much aware of climate change and is making, extreme weather events.
Don't play along with it.
Trump administration is banning those words, climate change. You don't refer to it as climate change. It's extreme weather.
Yeah. A bountiful doctor, apparently a beloved, well-known bountiful doctor, Nathan Ward, gynecologist.
Big trouble.
Charged in 2nd District Court, 11 felonies, including, it's children. Sex abuse of children.
And pictures and...
Nathan Ward, charge of... you're all over this one.
You bet.
Sodomy on a child, aggravated sex abuse, so forth and so on. Ward was sexually abused a 13-year-old girl in Davis County, it says, in 2012. Between 2012 and 2015, charged with sexually abusing a girl only described as a minor female. Apparently... The prosecutors don't indicate in the court documents if it was one of his patients or
it said he was in a position of trust. So whether she was a patient or something else, that's...
He specialized in obstetrics and gynecology. He's been in practice for more than 25 years. He was suspended from Lakeview Hospital because of this arrest.
I saw a patient of his interviewed on the news last night, and she said, I had surgery at Lakeview Hospital, And I come out of surgery, and they take me back to my room, and I'm waiting to hear from my doctor what happened in the surgery. And I'm waiting and waiting, and nobody can tell me where my doctor is or what happened. He was arrested right after she came out of surgery.
Wow.
So she's waiting for, my doctor's in jail?
My doctor has been arrested.
Okay, well, could somebody else tell me what happened in my surgery?
Man, they're saying that there's probably there may be a lot of victims.
Yeah, they've been following this guy for quite a while, apparently.
Yeah. Term limits. The Senator Orrin Hatch is the poster boy.
Yes.
In a negative way for a national group that says Congress needs term limits. That's one reason U.S. Term Limits opened an office in Utah on Monday. We have senators, such as Senator Hatch.
Yes.
Who has been in office for 40 years and is considering seeking an additional 6-year term, said Justin Anderson, Utah director for the bipartisan national group. For many members of Congress who have been in there 30 years plus, they become part of the establishment and they become self-interested, and that provides a block for real progress, he said. The national website for U.S. term limits attacks 83-year-old Hatch, for example, by noting that when he first sought office against then-incumbent Frank Moss, a Democrat, Hatch said, "What do you call a senator who's served in office for 18 years? You call him home." That's what he ran on when he ran against Moss. He said, he's been in there too long, and I promise you that I'll bring new, fresh blood to the Senate, and I will not stay there that long. And then 38, 40 years later.
I have unfinished work. I have...
So he's not only become part of the institution, he's a liar.
Yeah.
And you know what? It's interesting to me is that they take surveys here and they poll people and they say, we think Senator Hatch should not run
even
again.
People that like him.
Yeah.
Even people that have voted for him in the past are saying,
and so the majority say he should retire. So why hasn't he made any kind of announcement that he's not going to run with those poll numbers? Because if he decides he's going to run again, those same people will vote for him.
They'll still vote for him, yeah.
Because he's not a Democrat.
Yeah.
No, and he can continue to raise money as long as he hasn't come out and said he's not.
That's true. That's
why he's not saying
well,
it.
And he's also not, but he doesn't have to say, and if he did decide to run, he'd win.
He would. You know he would.
And he knows he would.
Because of inertia.
Yeah, because he's got an R next to his name.
But I think what he'll do is he'll just not say anything and continue to raise money and then say, you know what, I think maybe Mitt Romney would be a good senator.
Yes, I think that Mitt's.
We don't even need an election. We'll just hand it over
just
to him.
give it here.
And then you know who would win? Mitt Romney will win.
Of course he would.
Yeah. And let's see, finally this.
Yes.
Poll numbers. 6 months into his presidency, Donald Trump's overall approval rating stands at its lowest point as of today.
Good.
3/4 of Americans say they can't trust most of what they hear from the White House.
I still can't believe there are people that do.
There's still 25% that do, yeah.
38% say they approve of Trump's handling of the presidency, according to a CNN poll, the fake news channel. 56% say they disapprove. Just one other newly elected president has held an approval rating below 50% at this point in his presidency since modern polling began. Bill Clinton, with approval rating at 44% at this point in 1993. So there you go.
All right. Sports weather traffic?
Oh, Ezekiel Elliott. Sorry, Ed Brass. See, because apparently you can be Colin Kaepernick and just do a little silent protest and
take a knee.
Nobody wants you on their team. But beating women and doing things like that's
Zeke
is rampant in the NFL. And Ezekiel Elliott has been able to get by with this accusation for a while. His girlfriend posted pictures. This goes back to St. Patrick's Day, how long this has gone. He's finally probably going to get in trouble for this. and suspended because it looks like he has destroyed some evidence related to this case.
Oops.
So there's talk of within the next day or two him, at the very least, being suspended. He plays for the Cowboys, so hopefully I don't understand why it takes this long for. I mean, there's assault and there are pictures, but you're an NFL player, so we'll find excuses and let you keep your job.
Mm-hmm.
I don't get it. Weather, it's cooler today, 87 for a high, and we'll have an off and on chance of thunderstorms today. Not a great chance, but a little chance. Traffic crash northbound I-15 at 200 North in Davis County, off to the right shoulder. Crash northbound Redwood Road at 21st South in Salt Lake City. The center lane is closed there. Crash northbound I-15 at milepost 289. This is just south of Bangor Highway, off to the left. Crash northbound I-15 at 132nd South. That's traffic.
All right, thank you.
All right, here's boner candidate number 3. I was doing research. A New Mexico law enforcement officer admits that he looked at pictures of naked women on the internet while on duty, but this was part of my job. The Albuquerque Journal reports that former Bernalillo County Sheriff's Office Sergeant Mark Kamatz filed a complaint for employment retaliation on Wednesday against the Bernalillo County Commission. Mr. Kamatz said he was looking at the naked pictures to research a specific group of individuals with distinctive tattoos and piercings.
And they're in different parts of the body that I need to examine.
Kamatz wrote in the lawsuit that he was forced to resign or be terminated and that the nudes weren't on pornographic sites. Donald Gilpin, Mr. Kamatz's attorney, didn't return calls for comment. Felicia Romero, Sheriff's Office spokeswoman, also declined to comment. Mr. Kamatz had been with the Sheriff's Office since 1997, but when they caught him looking at these naked pictures, they fired him. I was doing research, he said.
All right.
Time to call and vote.
That's boner candidate. Let's review the first two and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, I think the dentist has had enough. It's a dentist in Pennsylvania, whole bottle of vodka, and he was working on patients. I drank a whole bottle of vodka, and then was working on patients. Boner candidate number 2, the bigger you are, the more you'll save. Chinese restaurant in China in trouble after offering discounts to women based on their bra size. And boner candidate number 3, I was doing research.
All right, let's get to voting. This is round 2. You've got to decide which one of these 3 candidates is the worst, which one is the most deserving to go forward to Boner Dome for Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. We do that at 9:25. So decide which of these 3. 1, 2, or 3. Remember the number of your candidate. Put it in the message of your text, and then text that to 33986. Okay? You can call, use your voice, 877-602-9696. Or you can go to x96.com and vote there. Look for the box that says round 2, August 8th, and vote that way. If you don't see the box, refresh. It'll appear. Less than 300 seconds for round 2 voting. Let's go. Boner vote.
News specialist Carrie Jackson. Weekday mornings from 6 to 10 a.m. on X96.
All right, it's time to award round 2 of your boner voting.
Yep. I just happened to glance at my cat's Twitter feed there, Goopy Eye Klaus, and I noticed that he follows Pat Bagley and Women's Wear Daily.
Odd choice.
Why does he? Pat Bagley, I get, but
I'm not sure. I don't know. Okay.
Well, the cartoons in Women's Wear Daily are pretty funny. Maybe it's all cartoon related, you know. So,
anyway, this morning's round 2 boner voting brought to you in part by what do you call it? Wiener Schnitzel. Schnitzel.
Little lightly breaded
pork cutlets. Yeah, they were good.
And live at the Eccles presenting Rob Lowe, Stories I Only Tell My Friends, live Friday, September 29th at Eccles Theater in downtown Salt Lake. Tickets are available at liveattheeccles.com.
Boner candidate number 1, I think the dentist has had enough. A dentist in Pennsylvania drinking a whole bottle of vodka and working on patients while extremely inebriated. Boner candidate number 2, the bigger you are, the more you'll save. The Tasty Shrimp restaurant in China offering women big discounts based on their bra sizes. Now, they said the women didn't have to be embarrassed. They could talk to a waitress about their discount. They wouldn't have to talk to a waiter about it.
So that makes it all okay then.
Yeah, it's kind of not the point.
Well, we saw a 20% increase in business.
I can't believe that.
And boner candidate number 3, I was doing research. The police officer caught looking at photos of nude women, I guess on his police station computer. And when caught, he said, this was research. I was doing research. You shouldn't fire me for this. They did. Karen won the tickets to see Rob Blow. And, the winner? Boner candidate number 1. I think the dentist has had enough.
All right, so that candidate will now go forward to the Boner Dome for boner fights. It might be the boner of the day. Find out today at 9:25. All right?
Yeah.
What's this you got here?
You said you have an email you wanted to...
Oh, yeah. So,
an email of interest? Is it an email of interest?
I would say...
Well, I don't know.
I would say... Yeah, it's an email of interest.
Yes?
Richie is weighed in and determined.
If I can find it, it will be in...
So
don't you have a file that says...
Emails of interest.
At radiofromhell@x96.com if you have an email of interest.
It's an email from somebody who doesn't know how to vote.
Someone who's confused on and asking you how to vote?
Yeah.
You know, if you ever need that advice, just let us know.
We're happy to help.
Yeah, we'll tell you who to vote for.
Tell you exactly who to vote for.
So this is a person, I'm really struggling to find the email. I'm sorry. I wasn't planning ahead. But basically what this person said was, I'm new to getting involved in politics.
Okay.
I've looked at the candidates. It says, well, I think the person said the first time they voted was just this past presidential election.
So this person is talking about the election to replace Jason Chaffetz.
Oh, there it is. I found it.
Okay.
I need your voter advice.
Go ahead.
It says, Dear Carrie and the other Radio from Hell lords and ladies, you have inspired me to vote and get involved in every election.
Nice.
Oh, there it is right here. Not just the presidential election. I voted in the 2016 election, and I'm sad to say that nobody who I voted for got elected.
Yeah, I'm used to that.
That's okay. At least you did it.
With my luck.
I mean, it's not okay, but...
One might ask if my vote actually does count. The primary election is coming up in 1 week. I live in Orem and have been seriously reviewing each candidate for Orem's mayor and city council. Oh, it's the mayor and city council. No. I am depressed to see all my options for those seats suck. After talking to all of them, I feel that every one of them are just naive, bullheaded Republicans. I'm not a Democrat or a Republican, but I would love to see more diversity. Have you seen the 3 options to fill Jason Chaffetz's congressional seat? I feel that all those options, Herod, Curtis, and Ainge, are not an improvement. They all seem to be well, he puts it GOP morons. I wouldn't say that quite. I mean, I know Mr. Curtis, the mayor of Provo, is certainly not a moron. I don't know Tanner Ainge, and I don't like what I hear about Chris Herod. Maybe he's a moron, but
yeah, I think that
I would vote moron.
It is Chris.
Yeah.
Chris Herod.
Yeah.
It?
Yeah.
Anyway, he goes on to say, when I get the chance in November, instead of not choosing to vote at all, who do you, Bill and Gina, prefer to be the next? You, Carrie, Bill, and Gina, prefer to be the next 3rd district out of those 3 dismal options. Well,
if you're
there's
picking,
another option.
Well, if you're picking from those 3, if you're wanting to vote Republican, I would vote for Curtis.
Yeah.
He seems to be the most reasonable.
Yeah.
And
but he
moderate.
But there's another option, and
of course.
And he doesn't say I'm a he says I'm not a Republican or a Democrat. And this is really kind of too bad. I think that he doesn't even know that there's a Democrat running for that office as well.
It hasn't gotten as much play.
Her name is, she raised a lot of money at first. Kathy Allen.
Dr.
Kathy Allen. She is running for that seat as well. And as a matter of fact, I'm going to moderate a kind of a town hall meeting that she's going to be speaking at Wednesday, tomorrow.
Where's that?
At the Salt Lake County Council Chambers, which are located, it's over there on 21st and State in the county building there. The Salt Lake County Council Chambers, and she's going to have some speakers there, and then she'll speak as well. It starts at so the County Council Chambers are on 2001 South State Street. You know where that is, right there, and it's going to be at 7 p.m.
And she's the only candidate that will be there, correct?
Yeah, she will be there, and she's got some people coming to speak. One person is campaign finance reform advocate Ben Frank, who will speak to the influence of pharmaceutical and medical PAC money on the healthcare system. She has somebody there to speak, I think, about medical marijuana as well. So it's kind of an information town hall, and then she'll, of course, speak as well.
Ed Brass, who is familiar with the layout, says it's on the north. It's in the north building on the first floor.
North building, yeah, I've been there once before.
That's where you're going.
In the north building on the first floor, and it's this Wednesday night at 7 p.m. So come and listen to her and see what she has to say. She's a Democrat. I haven't met her. Tomorrow night will be the first time I ever met her, and I'm not, I'm just moderating it. I won't take a position or anything like that. Although,
well, it's not a debate.
Well, no, it's not my district either. I'm stuck with Chris Stewart. So I wouldn't be voting for her anyway. But they contacted me some time ago and said, "Would you be willing to moderate one?" And this is the only one I could moderate. And I said, "Sure." And they said, "We'll pay you." And I said, "Well, then, yeah, absolutely, I'll do it."
Will there be snacks?
Which immediately piqued his interest.
Yeah, there's snacks.
Oh, come if there are snacks.
And we'll pay you. Well, okay, I'll come and do it.
Well, this was an email of interest.
Yeah, so I'll send a response back to Kirk, was the guy who, I'll send it back there. Just say, but consider the Democrat.
Sure.
If you don't like those 3 Republicans.
Consider the Democrats.
It's my essay.
For a change.
Oh, traffic. Let's consider that. Crash northbound I-15 at 200 North in Davis County off to the right shoulder. US 89 at 87 South in Box Elder County, if you're curious about what's going on there. Crash northbound Redwood Road, 21st South in Salt Lake Center Lane is closed. Should be getting that cleaned up pretty quickly here. I'm going to check our message stream quickly because friends of the program like to let us know. Like this, slowage I-15 northbound around 45th South. Thank you for that. They sent it in to 33986.
All right, thank you very much.
It doesn't matter whether you're a Democrat or Republican if you go to the farmer's market. That is a bipartisan farmer's market.
Vegetables are for everyone.
And they have The Tuesday Farmers Market it's on Tuesday evenings from 4 p.m. to dusk at Pioneer Park.
And this one focuses on the produce and
Pretty
things
much.
like that.
Yeah.
Because the art and all that stuff isn't set up. It's trimmed down, just perfect for get stuff for supper. you know?
So it's the smaller size midweek market. It's an intimate experience, easy to access and park for convenient shopping. It's less of a circus. A lot of people go to the farmers market on Saturday because they like the show, the socializing aspect of it. This is smaller, kind of more intimate, and you can just stop in, grab some stuff.
This one's more my speed because I'm just there to get tomatoes or whatever and then go.
Yeah.
So it's every Tuesday through October from 4 p.m. to dusk at Pioneer Park, the Tuesday Farmers Market. If you want more information about it, go to slcfarmersmarket.org.
X96 and Larry H. Miller Chrysler.
With special guests Blue October and New Politics. Tickets are on sale now at all Smith Tix locations and smithstix.com. Or you could text this keyword I'm about to give you to 33986 to win tickets. Here's the keyword. This is all one word.
Okay.
Grassroots. Grassroots. Not grassroots. Grassroots.
Yeah, so don't do your voice to text feature, because if your Utah accent kicks in, it'll misspell it.
33986.
All right.
Well, here he is.
Oh, look.
Thursday turns with Todd on X96. Ran from hell.
So it's Todd Newcomb, our program director. He's on the air here from 3 to 7 every day, and Todd likes to bring us in a little music once a week, Tuesday Tunes with Todd. Now, Todd, before we do that, we were talking earlier about our pets, and I know you have a beagle?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh. What's your beagle's name?
The beagle, his name's Ramsey.
Ramsey. Now, our pets all have social media accounts, Twitter, Instagram. I just noticed that my cat, Goopy-Eyed Klaus, apparently has... He's following Pat Bagley, and then he seems to also like to follow teenage YouTubers, teenage girl YouTubers. I don't know why he does that, but so does your pet have a social media?
Ramsey does. He doesn't. It just gets featured on mine heavily.
Okay. Well, you might consider setting him up with his own account.
I can barely keep up with my own accounts.
All right. What'd you bring for us, Todd?
Well, first of all, it was on this month. Back in the year 1988, when I first wandered into your office, Bill and Carrie.
Yeah?
Because there was a job opening.
Yes.
And it was for an overnight position at an AM station in Ogden.
Gibson Avenue.
You were in high school.
I just graduated.
Yeah.
So I was fresh out.
What was it, 1507 Gibson Avenue?
1506.
1506.
Why do we remember that?
I know, right?
I don't know why I bumped it up to 7.
So I went and applied for this overnight position. It was to babysit this AM station. It was in the same building as KJQ was. And I applied for it and got hired.
Yeah.
Made the big career jump from Golden Corral to broadcasting.
How did you decide to select Todd Newcomb to work there?
I remember interviewing him, and he was just very enthusiastic and obviously not stupid. And back then he was really cute.
I was fresh-faced.
Yeah. I mean, you were young, and he was also. I mean, he was eager to do it. He was a fan of the station.
Oh yeah,
and he knew who the vice president was.
That's right. That was your. You remember at the end of the interview,
final.
like, "Can you tell me who the vice president is?"
Your control question.
That was the control question.
And I said, "Well, it's George Bush."
And
you're hired.
And if you don't know who the vice president is, I would never have picked you, even though you had everything else going for you. So, and then Carrie and I came to.
Or no, wait a minute. It was '88, right?
Yeah.
So that would have been Dan Quayle.
I think it was. Yeah.
Okay. Well,
I would have not been hired had you asked that question today.
But you then when you quit the Golden Corral. And I think Carrie and I came to. It was there on Wall Avenue.
Yeah.
And we came there.
Came to your last day.
Your last day, and
last day at the potato bar.
We went to the potato bar.
Yes,
which was great. I enjoyed.
Oh yeah,
it. I still remember it fondly.
I used to be in charge of the potato bar and then the gigantic salad bar. Golden Corral back then used to be more like a sizzler with the way it's set up.
And it's Golden Corral.
Golden Corral.
Yeah. Golden Corral.
Wow. 88, huh?
So I'm guessing you've picked a song that reminisces back to that time?
No, not really.
Oh.
No. Not at all.
Oh, I was thinking, no? Oh.
No, we're just...
all right.
Oh, kind of. The song, it's the new Neon Tree song, and it sounds like it probably could have come out in 1988 and would have fit right in.
It would have. You're absolutely right.
It's totally an 80s track from them. But their new song, Feel Good, they've got an album on the way, and I know Tyler came in last week and talked to you guys. And
I interviewed him yesterday.
Oh, yeah, for Let's Go Eat.
Let's Go Eat show, and that'll be posted this coming Sunday. Tyler Glenn.
He's good. We love Tyler.
He's a great guy.
Yeah, he's been super cool to us all the time. And they're playing the Love Loud Festival as well on the 26th at UVU with Imagine Dragons and just a bunch of other bands.
And I really like this new song.
It's good stuff, isn't it?
The lyrics are, the music may sound like throwaway pop bubblegum, but the lyrics are actually pretty heavy.
I like the lyrics, yeah. Yep.
And
he's saying something.
And it's a great song. So here it is, Tuesday Tunes with Todd. There you go.
That's Neon Trees, Tyler Glenn singing there, and he wrote that along with his bandmate Chris, I think his name is the other.
Yeah.
And that song, I think, really, based on me talking to Tyler Glenn for an hour yesterday, really sums up kind of where he is in his life right now.
Yeah. Well, I'm excited to hear your podcast with him. That'll be good.
Yeah,
when will that post?
It's coming up on Sunday.
At the letsgoeatshow.com?
Yeah, you can find it at x96.com as well, and
yeah, I mean, people think we give preferential treatment to Neon Trees because they're local, friends of ours. Mm-hmm. But I'm telling you right now, I think that song is going to be a huge nationwide.
It'll be everywhere.
Nationwide hit.
I wouldn't be surprised.
They're capable of it. They do it. They've
done
had
it.
a few.
They've done it.
The all-knowing suit has creeps me out almost every day and does things like this. He's posted an adorable picture of Todd Newcomb when he
Of a young Todd
of a young Todd Newcomb.
Well, there he is.
I'm going to retweet that.
There it is.
Yeah,
That's what he looked like
that's
when he
what
got
he.
the job.
Yep, so that might have been your first day on the job. I don't know.
We were probably maybe a year or a few months into it.
Yeah, because that looks like you're doing an air shift there.
I was pretending I was doing an overnight shift, and wanted a photo. Social media would have been so much fun back then, but we didn't have it. So at least now we're sharing it. But yeah, I was the photo that you can find on. I retweeted it. It's at X96 Todd, but it's. And I'm holding a CD. I've got a CD on my finger, and I'm standing under the control board acting like I know what the hell I'm doing.
That's when CDs were brand new.
What is that dumb shirt you're wearing?
Oh, Rockin' Beano. I bought that at Wine Stocks in the Ogden City Mall.
Wine Stocks.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Rockin' Beano?
And the CD that I have, you can't see it, but I remember it's the Smiths' Strange Ways Here We Come
How do you remember that?
Well, I don't know. I remember things from then, but I don't know anything about
he's a music nerd.
Anything now, so
he's a music nerd for sure.
That's hilarious.
I mean that in a good way. All right, Todd, thank you very much.
Thanks, Todd.
Thursday turns with Todd on X96, ran from hell.
All right, we've got big boy news, Pinuendo coming up, but most importantly, boner fight is on the way.
Yes.
So stay tuned for that.
You know what I'm excited about?
What's that?
I'm with my daughter.
Oh, are you really?
Yeah, we're going to take a class at the Park City Culinary Institute.
Which one are you going to do?
Yeah, because I'm doing one too.
How to make churros.
A churro class.
From scratch.
I should take the churro class.
And these are
You really should.
These are filled churros from this woman who is a churro expert.
Can I just fill them with more churros?
That you fill them with jam and all kinds of stuff. I'm going to look up when the class is. I think you can still sign up for it. So you guys talk about the
Park City Culinary Institute, not in Park City.
No.
It's downtown Salt Lake on State Street.
I am also taking a class, a pasta class coming up.
It's right across the street, actually, from Everest Collision Repair.
Yeah, directly across. So you can take classes like we're taking, just specializing in one thing, or you can do the whole. How many months was it?
Well, it's they do teach culinary school, so you can be a restaurateur, you'll be a chef, and get started in your own business. And they do one, I don't know how long it is, but they do one segment that is all pastry, and then they do another segment that's more, like meat and that sort of thing. Park City Culinary Institute, the churro class that I'm taking, is, if there's still room in it, you should sign up for it. It's on the 26th of August. That's a Saturday at 11. And call the Park City Culinary Institute and check them out. Their number is 435-659-5075. But the website, you can find out all of the classes and what they're offering and when they're offering it. The classes are 6 to 8 weeks, 4 weeks or 8 week sessions. So you do 4 weeks of pastry and then 4 weeks of meat, and then so it's Park City Culinary Institute.com.
This is very important.
X96 is your home for Gina Barberi on Twitter at RFHGina. Weekday mornings on X96.
All right. Let's see. 9:21 right now. Time for, we got Boner Fight coming up here in a moment. But first, a little bit of news.
Little bit of news brought to you by Black Velvet Boutique, a locally owned and operated sexual wellness resource, open 7 days a week. Drop in and find something special and fun, located at 293 South State in Clearfield or blackvelvetboutique.com.
Well, Gina.
Yes.
Twitter.
Yes.
Agrees with me. After Chris Pratt's stunning split from wife Anna Faris after 8 years of marriage, fans are searching for an explanation, and Twitter is pointing the finger at Jennifer Lawrence.
Jennifer Lawrence.
Both Pratt and Lawrence have strongly denied any romantic relationship.
She's with Darren Aronofsky.
So, Chris Pratt was with Anna Faris.
What?
So, but that didn't stop fans on Twitter from attempting to blame the Hunger Games star on Monday after unsubstantiated rumors surfaced about Pratt and Lawrence hooking up during the filming of 2016's Passengers. I had nothing to do with those rumors.
You started them. What do you mean you had nothing to do with those
Faris
rumors?
admitted the stories made her feel insecure. In December on her podcast Unqualified, Anna Faris said, "I take pride in how great my relationship is with Chris. But having said that, of course, in this crazy world where he's off doing movies with Jennifer Lawrence." No, she just said doing movies, and I'm in L.A. raising our child, not with Jennifer Lawrence. Of course, I'm going to feel vulnerable. But Jennifer Lawrence is, it says here, in a serious relationship with Darren Aronofsky.
It's nothing to do with any.
Gina?
What?
Gina? What? You better be writing this down on a piece of paper and putting it in an envelope. Because when those two get together.
They're not.
Now, the other story revolving around them is the other speculation, the more reasoned speculation, is that they broke up because he's gone all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And she wanted him to be home, and she wanted to have another kid, and he did not. And
and she was more famous when they got together, and now he's just sort of off in the stratosphere famous.
Yeah.
And busy.
Well, it wasn't
Jennifer
much of
Lawrence.
a relationship, was it? It wasn't much of a relationship.
Here's what I don't get about when people get divorced for that reason. He's never home. I want him home, so I'll get divorced so he's never home. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
If your argument is that he's not around.
That's why I don't think that's it. I think it's Jennifer Lawrence. That's the
not.
argument. Utah woman says she was on her way to realizing a dream of becoming a Broadway actress, when instead she became infected with E. coli in chicken salad that she bought at Costco, she says. In a federal lawsuit filed Monday, Chloe Rogerson says her kidneys stopped functioning as a side effect of her illness, leading to a transplant and rendering her diabetic. Her medical treatment already has cost her more than $2 million, and future expenses will be expected to be in the tens of millions of dollars, the suit says. Because of her condition, the 20-year-old Highland resident will not be physically able to work full-time. She is suing.
Costco?
Suing Costco. Costco officials did not have an immediate comment on the lawsuit. She says she got the E. coli from the chicken salad. Well, Liam Gallagher.
He's a jerk.
I'm not going to do carpool karaoke because James Corden is a knobhead, he said.
You were just confirming your jerkiness.
The Oasis-turned-solo star was being interviewed by GQ when he was asked if he'd follow in the footsteps of the likes of Adele, Red Hot Chili Peppers, Britney Spears, Mariah Carey, Lady Gaga, sit in the passenger seat, James Corden do carpool karaoke.
Good for your image.
At which James Corden is fantastic.
Yes.
Yes. He can make you look really good.
Yeah. He said, "No, thank you very much. No effing chance, mate. With that fat bloke from Kevin and Perry," I believe that's a TV show he used to be on in Great Britain. His partner, Debbie Gwyther, then replied, "It's called Gavin and Stacey, and you've never watched it." So apparently she knows what a jerk he is.
Why is she with him?
I don't know, because he's got a lot of money. I don't need to watch it to know I won't like it. James Corden is a knobhead.
You're a knobhead.
I was walking through the room the other day, and Doctor Who was on. My daughter was revisiting some of her favorite Doctor Who episodes with Matt Smith, was the doctor she liked, and James Corden was on it.
And not a knob?
He was a regular, pretty much a regular character in one season, I think. He had more than just like one guest shot. He was on several of them. After apologizing and for leaving the stage and ending his Lollapalooza set after just 20 minutes.
See, he's a jerk.
Gallagher again made headlines after gate crashing a jam session in an Irish pub. Meanwhile, Gallagher will perform at the Reading and Leeds Festival, or maybe not, depending on how he feels about the whole thing. He's not a jerk, Gina.
He's not?
No, he's a knobhead. He really is a knobhead.
All right.
It's Boner Fight, the final round.
All right.
If he had any decency, he'd go to New Jersey and rescue Sinéad O'Connor.
Yeah.
He doesn't have any decency.
No. All right, here we go. Two candidates, the Boner winner from round 1 in the 7 o'clock hour, round 2 in the 8 o'clock hour. So the first candidate is, would that be considered boobs on the ground? Fox News suspending Eric Bolling. It's high time after reports that he sent pictures of male genitalia, presumably his, to not one but several women. Why they haven't suspended him before now, don't know, because he said things like, when he was talking about a Saudi Arabian female Air Force pilot, she led a strike or an air raid, and he said at the time, hey, would that be considered boobs on the ground?
Oh, boy.
And he's said other things. Well, he's suspended, and he says, I'm innocent, I'll clear my name. I'll clear my name. No, he won't. And then Boner candidate number 2, I think the dentist has had enough. A dentist in Pennsylvania.
There he is.
Oh, x96.com. His name is Gregory Bellotti, and he drank a whole bottle of vodka and then started working on patients. There you go.
There you go. Those are your candidates for Boner of the Day. You've got to decide which one of these two should win the Boner fight. 1 or 2 candidate numbers. Remember the candidate number. Put it in the message of your text. Text it to 33986. That's one way to vote. Another way is to call 877-602-9696. Use your voice. Or go to x96.com and look for the box that says Boner Fight August 8th. And if you don't see that box, refresh, but that's where you can vote as well. And you've only got 3 minutes. Let's go. Boner of the Day.
from Hell with action figure news specialist Kerry Jackson. Weekday mornings from 6 to 10 a.m. on X96.
All right, 9:34. Time to award Boner of the Day.
And the Boner of the Day winner is brought to you in part by Spätzle and the Wiener
Schnitzel and Spätzle?
Schnitzel and Spätzle and
Are they-
salad.
Are they one of the 7 sex superfoods?
No. So, Boner candidate number 1. Would that be considered boobs on the ground? Eric Bowling, Fox, another Fox News pig. And Boner candidate number 2, I think the dentist has had enough. The drunken dentist in Pennsylvania, the winner. Eric Bowling, number 1.
Good.
I'm fine with that.
Boobs on the ground. Yeah, that's
All right. Let's see. So that is our Boner of the Day, and it is now candidate for Boner of the Week. That'll happen on Friday.
So I saw this morning.
Well, people love a good list, you know.
This is a list. It's only 7. 7 sex superfoods.
Meaning?
Guaranteed to make you better in bed.
Guaranteed by who?
Is this like aphrodisiac?
This
or...
is, well, why don't you wait?
all
Let
right.
me. Why don't you just ask a series of questions that. Just go ahead and ask a series of questions, Gina. That make no sense.
That makes sense?
This is for men.
Oh, okay.
And these are magical foods that will make you better in bed.
What am I
According
supposed to
to you are supposed to reap the benefits.
I don't want to reap your benefit.
According to Charlie Turner and Lee Foster, the founders of Neat Nutrition.
Okay, so they're the ones I get my money back from because they guarantee it.
Yeah.
All right.
There are 7 different superfoods that you should definitely eat to fuel your manhood and give you a boost down below. It says.
Well.
Ready?
All
Let's
right.
begin. Dark chocolate.
Okay.
It increases your levels of serotonin and dopamine, which are neurotransmitters responsible for making you feel happy, sassy, and in the mood.
That doesn't work for me?
Well, this is a list for men. Reap the benefits. Number 2. Number 2. Nuts. Nuts are good for. Well, I can't read that line. Almonds.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's not even a play on words.
It's not even, no.
Almonds, Brazil nuts, walnuts, peanuts, all thought to boost libido and kick impotence to the curb thanks to hormone-regulating components. Number 3, garlic.
Okay.
Garlic. It contains high levels of stuff that does good stuff for you. Number 4.
All right.
They put 2 things on number 4. I don't think that's fair.
That's not fair.
Broccoli and celery.
Yeah. I like celery.
Celery. You don't like broccoli?
No. I mean, I'll eat it. It's not that I hate it.
I don't like celery.
I've
but
been
apparently
roast-
I'm not allowed to participate in this.
Reap
list.
the benefits!
Your sign off, by the way.
I've been roasting broccoli, just tossing it in olive oil, salt and pepper, and then putting it in the oven and roasting it until the top part, the hair part, gets kind of crispy. It's really good. Broccoli says it removes excess estrogen. And if you're a guy, you don't want no estrogen. In
Amen.
there. That's not going to get you. That's not going to get you ready to go.
No.
That's a female hormone. And celery contains androsterone, testosterone, essentially. Number 5, fish.
Just any fish?
Fish. Has high levels of vitamin B. Any fish.
I like fish.
Vitamin B, which is really good for your, it's good for blood flow. Reap the benefits!
Okay.
Number 6, oats.
For stamina? Is that
oats? Do you think stamina as soon as someone says oats?
Yeah, it says
well, that's why you give
oats-
them to horses.
Oats increase the amount of testosterone in your bloodstream.
Oats.
I had no idea.
Really?
And number 7, they're called. Let's see. Oh, and number 7 is whey protein.
Whey
protein.
Whey.
Not. Hey, whey protein,
dude.
Whey protein. The stuff in protein shakes, good for your sex life, rich protein essential for, again, testosterone production. So keep some dark chocolate protein powder, whey protein powder, next to your bed, and then mix it up with some broccoli, celery, fish, oats, and garlic, and nuts.
That doesn't sound very good.
No, it really does not sound good. These things are guaranteed, they say, to make you better in bed.
Oats, Gina.
Oats.
Oats.
You mean you give oats to horses in the winter because it helps keep them warm and.
Mares, you mean?
Mares eat oats?
And goats eat oats.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
Does eat oats.
I will always say goats eat oats.
Because, Gina, you insist on being wrong down the line.
Goats do eat oats.
Well, yes.
Goats will eat tin cans.
That doesn't rhyme.
Listen, the goat lobby is very upset you're perpetuating that myth.
I know it is a myth.
All right.
I actually read something sometime where somebody tried to figure out where that came from.
Where did it come from?
Where did it come from that goats eat tin cans? And the only theory that they had was, well, they will eat paper. And
they'll eat pretty much anything.
So somebody saw a goat eating a paper label off of a tin can and said, well, that goat's eating a can.
Well, I learned it from Warner Brothers cartoons.
Oh,
yeah.
That's where I learned it.
And what was...
Everything you learned from...
All my truths come from Warner Brothers cartoons. Goats eat tin cans, and an anvil on the head will kill you.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it won't kill you. It'll flatten your head.
No,
right.
it'll
and then in the next,
leave an indentation.
Yeah, and then in the next scene, you'll be fine.
You'll look just the same, as you always do.
All truths can be derived from Warner Brothers cartoons. All right, so we'll take a break. We'll be back. Everest Collision Repair.
Listen, if you've had an anvil dropped on your car...
Yes.
They could fix that.
They would fix it and fix it great. They make your car look like new if it's been involved in an accident. Or maybe you just want to spruce up your car.
Yeah, I've taken a car into Everest Collision that just had some dings and dents and scratches, and they made it look all shiny and new.
We got my mother-in-law's car all spiffed up at Everest Collision Repair because just from sitting out in the sun all the time, it just got faded. Everest Collision Repair, 4 locations, Salt Lake, Sandy, Tooele, and Ogden. Download their app for a free estimate. You can find the Everest Collision Repair app at the iTunes Store, Google Play Store, and all of that. And remember, they will pay up to $200 of your insurance deductible. Some exclusions may apply. See the store for details. So Everest Collision Repair, Sean Hogan, they're great people. Find out all the locations, exactly where they are, by going to everestcollisionrepair.com.
Strong.
Unfair and unbalanced. Weekday mornings from 6 to 10 a.m. on X96.
All right, 9:47.
Now, did I miss when Stephen Colbert went to Russia?
You must have.
Yeah. So he's already done
week
all
or so
of that?
Ago,
Yeah.
And he made it back, is the thing.
Well, what do you
Well, because they kill journalists over there.
He's not a journalist.
Especially ones they don't like what they say.
He's not a journalist.
No.
That's why they let him.
But didn't he go to the hotel room, the supposed
He did.
scene of the
I didn't
scene of the pea crime?
I tape his shows and I don't watch them very often, so I don't I don't know really all the details of it. It didn't get as much play though as you would think.
That's why I'm asking, because I didn't ever hear.
Yeah, I just read. I didn't watch him. I just read some write-ups about how it all went down and some clips.
He was apparently, just with the people on the streets of Moscow, he was funny, and they enjoyed him. They.
I am amused by you, Stephen Colbert.
Yeah, it's Carrie and I have been in Moscow, and
it's dreary.
But the people are really, for the most part, really terrific.
They are.
They're more. It surprised me how much like us they were. They're European, and they're just really. They were always really eager to talk to you and wanted to,
and could speak English.
Yeah, pretty much.
But the city is.
Is it just like the movies?
Yes. Gray skies all the time.
All the buildings are the same color,
it's dreary.
Everything's gray.
There are some Stalin monolith buildings there that are just really creepy. There are parts of it that are like Gorky Park is really pretty, and there are parts of it that are really nice. And Red Square is pretty.
Red Square was awesome.
It was pretty interesting.
And Saint Basil's Cathedral, beautiful. But we sit in that apartment in Moscow that we were staying at and look out the window across the city, and it's like every movie you've ever seen. It's just gray and.
This was just before the communist government fell. Who was president?
Gorbachev?
No.
Boris Yeltsin.
Yeltsin.
It was
Yeltsin.
I'm John, by the way.
Hi, John. Hi.
John just walks in with a Yeltsin.
Yeltsin!
I know, Yeltsin.
He had gout, you know.
And he was a raging alcoholic. Yeah. But so he was the president at the time. And it was just amazing to me that you'd go into a store, a grocery store or something, and there would be no food on the shelves. Yeah. Nothing. Maybe a can or two. And they say, oh, yeah, we get stuff in the morning, but then people buy it immediately. So
how's that communism working out for you?
But you go into these places called the Berioshka stores that I think that's what they were called.
Yeah,
that
sounds familiar.
That the people could not shop in, the Russian people. Only foreigners could shop in there. And there's anything you want.
Yeah.
It's much like the Tooele Walmart.
Is that it?
Shelves are always empty.
Always empty. You have to go to the Berioshka store.
Yeah, you have to go to the Berioshka.
And Tooele peoples are not.
So what? You have to show your passport.
Yeah. You have to show your passport and able to.
Did the locals try to get you to go in and buy stuff for them? You'd probably get in trouble for doing that.
No, they didn't. But we
sent to the gulag.
They got in. Some people on our trip got in trouble for using American dollars
to buy things.
To buy stuff. They said, you only use rubles to buy things. Only use rubles, and it's against the law to you. But then you'd go to a vendor, and the vendor would say, "You have any American dollars?
Yeah.
American dollars."
Worth more.
There were two girls who bought a painting from a guy at this street fair that we were at, and they all three were taken in, but the pretty blonde American girls were released. The artist.
He got fined.
He got sent to jail.
Didn't your tour guide get like clipped by a cab or something like that?
One of the people who were showing us around. Yeah.
We were in Red Square, and we went to dinner at this big hotel on Red Square with the woman who was hosting us and a friend of hers who was an attorney. His name was Peter, as I recall.
Peter, I think, yeah.
And we got pretty sloshed at the dinner because again, these people had access to stuff, and there was this big elaborate dinner in a hotel just for us.
Well, you remember her apartment? She had a VCR and Disney movies,
and she and her husband collected religious icon art.
And they said, this stuff is just not really available.
He was her husband was a university professor, but he was never around. I don't know. Oh, he was in America.
Oh, is that right?
I think he was in America.
I don't remember.
On a sabbatical. So she had this friend, this lawyer, Peter. So we all get really liquored up at this dinner.
Vodka.
And,
Russian standard.
And then we're walking out into to Red Square, and it was deserted, and Lenin's tomb is over there with guards by, and this lawyer starts yelling, "Lenin was
Puy
Lenin, and he was an ass," and the guards are going, what's
and
going
we're like, Peter, shut up.
Yeah, and so she's going, "Come on, Peter, come on."
They have guns.
And we go walk. I remember we sort of walked down a little hill.
It was right behind St. Basil's Cathedral because there was a road right behind.
Yeah, there was a road, and then there was the Moscow River. And we're going to go get a cab or something to take us back to her apartment, and we're crossing the road, and he was the last one, and he got clipped by a car. Now I didn't really see it happen.
It just spun him around.
Yeah, but then he's going like, I said, "What's the matter?" He said, "I got hit by a car." And I mean, he was really screwed up, I think.
Well, he was supposed to take us, I think, to the airport or the train station the next day, and he was unable to make it.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
Because
he was in the gulag.
Well, he was. I'm fine. And he walked it off. But the next morning, he was clearly not fine.
Yeah, she said. The woman said that he was hurt.
They took us to the train station because I remember this. We were also told you can't take rubles out of the country, and I had some paper rubles, and I wanted to keep them.
Do you still have them?
And I do. Yeah. So I stuck them.
Gary, you said that on the radio.
I stuck them in between.
Your attorney's going to be mad.
I stuck them in between some comic book pages, because I thought no one's going to look there.
Not going to read Superman.
No one's going to look there, and we're not going to get searched. It'll be fine. We got searched.
Oh.
The train stopped before it was heading into Helsinki, I believe. And the train gets stopped, and these guys with guns in their uniforms, they get on, and they start searching, and they leafed through my bag, saw comic books, and just kind of tossed them, and then...
Oh, dude, how scared were you?
I was a little scared.
I'll bet.
I gave them the rest of my cigarettes that I had. Because that was another thing we were told.
You give them cigarettes.
We were told, take some Marlboro.
That's the international. That's the international.
Take a carton of Marlboros, and then you use that for tips.
Use that for tips, or if you need help or anything, you just give them cigarettes.
Some American cigarettes.
So I just tossed him a box of Marlboro Reds, and he went, just kind of nodded, didn't say anything, just kind of, thank you nod.
Dude, that is so cool because you're in Soviet Russia. That's not like Russia now. You guys were in like red flag communist.
Yes,
John's
Soviet.
jealous.
I really, so jealous.
Yes, we were.
You guys had no idea how jealous I am.
And then we danced the night away with Mikhail Baryshnikov. It was so much fun.
That was back when we did things on the radio.
We do things?
Yeah, you do things.
Yeah.
We're doing things right now.
Well, as a matter of fact, from the producer's booth, we just got this confirmed Tuesday next week on the phone. Bruce Campbell.
There you go.
Chins could kill.
He's got a new book out.
And he's, I think they're doing another season of Ash versus Evil Dead, aren't they?
They are.
When are they going to do another Briscoe County? That's what I want to know.
They won't.
Come on.
No, they will not.
Greatest show ever.
Let's do the promo.
On Wednesday's Radio from Hell show.
At 6:45 and 8:45, we'll do Things That Must Go. Please send your list to radiofromhell@x96.com and put Must Go in the subject line.
At 8 a.m., we'll share bits from other morning shows across the country, what they're doing, and their bits that we will never do.
At 9 a.m., we have 311 tickets to give away. Also, Corey's community and concert calendar.
That's all on Wednesday's Radio from Hell show here on X96.
All right. Is that good enough? I guess that'll do, right?
Yeah, I think so.
John, what do you have?
I've got 311 tickets. I've got some other tickets. Reggae Rise Up tickets.
I love other tickets.
I've got Reggae Rise Up tickets, and I've got Rancid Dropkick Murphys tickets for this Saturday.
Okay.
So if you want to come party at the Rancid Dropkick show, you know they do a combined encore.
Really?
I don't know if you knew that.
And they're both great bands.
Rancid and Dropkick. And, you know, Brandon from Rancid lives here, so it's hometown crowd. You know, they're going to be bringing the A game. So
that's great.
It's going to be sweet.
That'd be a good show. All right. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
Reap the benefits.
John Smith is next.
Let's get to it.
A 1-hour nonstop music wingding starts now. Utah's original alternative, X96.